Hello everyone, today I'll be doing a solo Grandmaster run, Lightblade with Hunter. For my subclass, I'll be using Night Stalker. Here are the mods and fragments I'll be using in this video. For my kinetic, I'll be using Wish Ender. Next, I'll be using the Arc Glaive with no Unstoppable mod for this run. Next, I'll be using the Hothead Rocket. This week, I decided to go for the Hunter subclass and get the Platinum rank. Now, I will be doing the mini cheese method for this season. So I will be taking down the 2 barrier champions and then leave the last 2 barrier champions at the last phase of the boss fight. I'm gonna go on top of the statue and hopefully the boss won't go into a psychopath maniac and not shoot his Kai Blast at my poor guardian. So I will be using Wish Ender so I can do more damage, and then for the artifact mod it will get debuffed. So once he runs away like a bungee, then I'm gonna turn invisible and then deal with the 2 barrier champions. Now in my old videos I used to just take down the barrier champion from the right side and then take down the barrier champion on the middle side. But because it's just too much work and I just want to go the easy way, I'm just going to pull back. And this also works on a Titan Warlock. I have tested out. You just have to bunny hop or Titan jump really fast. And I'm going to go back here and then deal with the Arc Knights, deal with the 2 barrier champions. Make sure you use your rocket. Now the rocket I have is Hothead. The rocket is alright, it's not the best perks, but I thought might as well just use it. I would prefer auto-loading tracking and with clown cartridge, but I'm having a hard time getting that. I have farmed the Hothead rocket for 8 hours in my old past seasons. I'm trying to farm the God roll, but I can never get one. So if I did, this run would have been much more faster and much more better, but I am going to be just adjusting and just be happy of the weapon I have for the rocket. Because we are debuffing the barrier champion, and be careful with the fire, the boss actually won't do this ballerina twirls. Now, when it's not purple, when it's not debuffed, then it's going to be tossing and turning, dancing like a ballerina. But we don't want it to turn around and then just dodge our Wish Ender or our rockets. We want to make sure we debuff it or do consistent precision shots. And you're probably wondering right now, why am I using a glaive? Well, there is so many reasons why. And yes, this run's going to be a little bit slower because I am using a glaive. The reason is I want to have an easier time dealing with the loosened hive in this area and then the boss fight. And deal with the cursed thralls as well. And protect myself from the suppressing grenades that the loosened hive love to spam. And then there's also one more thing, but I'll talk about that later. I'm going to be taking down the 2 wizards. I want to make sure the loosened hive doesn't detect me, which is why I'm turned invisible. The reason why I did that method is so I don't want the loosened hive to go psychopathic maniac and pretend to be a Titan to do the sentinel shield. And I don't want it to one-shot me. Now I'm going to sneakily use a rocket. I didn't see him there, so I was waiting for him to teleport from the left side. Sometimes the loosened hive likes to teleport in the middle. It is completely RNG, by the way. So he is teleporting. I'm going to throw my suppressing grenade. The reason why I do that is for him to stop using his super and stop pretending to be a Sentinel Titan, because he's never going to be one. And yes, he did try to one-shot me with the suppressing grenades, but because of the power, or the glaive power, I used the glaive bubble, and I didn't get one-shot, but I did get suppressed a bit. So I did save myself from that horrible attack from the Lucent Hive. So this is another reason why glaives are really good for the Lightfall. Also, another reason is you can fight the Lucent Hive while it's on his super when it's using his Sentinel's shield. So you can hold the glaive bubble and then just keep shooting over and over again. So that's basically what I did for this footage or for this solo run, because I was trying to do a second run, a much more faster run, but because there were so many bugs, knights teleporting behind me, barrier champion teleporting, not even jumping at the boss fight, it was just teleporting. It wasn't working out, and I almost didn't get a completion at the boss fight. I killed the boss, and then after 15 seconds later it said completion. So it wasn't really worth of me trying to redo the run. There was just too many weird odd things today, not on Tuesday, but today, Wednesday. I try my best to deal both of the barrier champions. The most tricky part at this part is you have to try your best not to take down the acolytes. The more acolytes you take down, the high possibility that the Lucent Hive will spawn. And I don't want him to spawn yet. He usually spawns in the middle. But I really want to take down the barrier champion, and this is why this part was a little slow. And if you're wondering why I'm just turning from the right side, I accidentally took down one of the acolytes, and I want to make sure that the Lucent Hive did not spawn yet, because sometimes if you're just focusing on the barrier champion, the Lucent Hive can immediately use a super or throw a suppressing grenade. So right now, things wasn't working out. I accidentally killed the the acolyte because of Wish Ender. So this is just plan B if things are not going as planned. On my footage I tried to do this morning, I did the perfect shot, but for this one, it didn't work out. The barrier champion is still alive, but it's alright. We will have to deal with the ballerina barrier champion later because it was just being a bungee. Now, our objective is to take down the Lucent Hive. If you don't take him down, he will harass you and he will try his best to pretend to be a Titan and try to one-shot you with the Sentinel shield. So make sure you throw your suppressing grenade. If you don't want to use suppressing grenade, you can use Vortex, but I highly recommend for the Hunter or Titan or any subclass, highly recommend to use suppressing grenades dealing with the Lucent Hive. It really helps out with these guys when they are spamming their suppressing grenades. I had a moment, I don't have the footage, or maybe I do, where the Lucent Hive spam his suppressing grenade 3 times in a row, and then the glaive saved me 3 times. So another thing you can do is you can also use your glaive while using his super. I don't think I did on this footage. I did in the beginning, but I didn't so much at this part because his health was already low for me to even use it. Then you crush the ghost and then back away and deal with the acolytes. I do want to take down the bigger champion, so probably I'm going to take down the thralls. They're the ones that try to be aggressive and try to 2-shot you or 3-shot you. Now sometimes you might get bad luck. I think I had bad luck on this footage where I was trying to take down the thralls and then the Lightblade or the Lucent Hive spawn and the 2 Arc Captain Knights that can one-shot you. For some reason, they always one-shot me, maybe because my Hunter has low recovery, I'm not really sure. Because I had fellow clanmates, they have told me that it only can 2-shot you, but for me, it one-shots me for Hunter. So lucky day for me, I can take down the ballerina barrier champion right away. Sometimes you could get bad luck where the Lucent Hive spawns because you accidentally took down one of the acolytes. So once this happens, back away. I wouldn't stand too much because the Lucent Hive actually can throw their suppressing grenade really far away. For an example, proof over here. That's why I try to just do one rocket and then back away, and then save the rockets to take down the loosened hive. They're the most important to deal with because they just take a long time when you are trying to deal with the loosened hive when you're low on rockets, and then if you just focus on the Arc Captain Knights. So I'm just going to call them the mini boss Arc Knights or Arc Knights. So another method you can do is you can use your glaive to fight off the loosened hive when it's on his super. I was trying to see if I can use my rocket, and then he disappear. What a bungee. So I'm going to be really patient. I'm going to use Wish Ender to see where he is. I want to use my super and then try to use my rocket and then pull back. So if I do need to use my glaive, I will use it to fight off the loosened hive, but I don't think I used it when he was on his super. But that is also another option you can do if you do want to speed it up and then rush it. So I did turn invisible, and then I'm going to use my finisher, kill the ghost or crush it, and then deal with the remaining thralls. There are two of the Arc Knights that we must be aware. They can one-shot you, but you can protect yourself when using the glaive bubble. Just be aware of your surroundings when dealing with these Arc Knights. I had bugs on my second run where they teleported and then one-shot me. They didn't on Tuesday, but today, Wednesday, they did for some odd reason. So just be extremely careful with them and use your suppressing grenades if you need to. They really help out dealing with these Arc Knights because they just love to chase you and try to one-shot you or two-shot you depending on your recovery. Or maybe it's a hunter thing because on my Warlock, they don't one-shot me. Completely bizarre. Or on my Titan. So you can see proof here, Glaive Bubble can help you and protect you from the one-shot Arc Knights. This is one of the reasons why I had to sacrifice of not using Unstoppable mod and then use a Glaive instead. It really helps out dealing with the Loosened Hive, Arc Knights, and the suppressing grenades, and then the fight of the super, shriekers. It's just so many things. And also the scribs from the swamp, they can also protect you when it's trying to one-shot you as well. Or you're trying to take down the scrib. When it's too close, you can use your Glaive Bubble and then it won't one-shot you. So during this part, we're gonna go to the mini ship. I will use the emoji so the ads won't attack me. Now, I forgot all the emojis you can use, so if you don't have the emoji, you could just take advantage of the invisibility for the hunter. There is also other ways where you could bring your sparrow to the ship for the swamp mini cheese, but for me it's just so much work, and the problem is if you mess up the swamp, if you hit an invisible wall or a tree, you're pretty much done just all over again. So that's why I didn't really do the sparrow method. I just did the one where I just go from the left side and walk my way to the swamp. Now I could spam invisibility for the swamp area if anyone's wondering on the lamps, but the problem is the moths can actually detect you when you're using your smoke, not the dodge. It's really weird, and it has always been like this for many years, which is why I prefer 6 Coyote over Graviton Forfeit. So once we took down the barrier champions, and I'll talk more about the swamp very soon once we're there, I'm going to be using the emoji. I'm going to have the acolytes ignore me. If you don't really have invisibility, let's just pretend you're using 6 Coyote. and you don't have the emoji, then you can just take down the acolytes, let the ship run, let it float away, and then you can just deal with the acolytes and then deal with the shrieker from the mini platforms. So I will be doing the method to skip the Loosen Hive because 1, there's no champions here. 2, I want to make life easier and get this season over it. I just want to get my solo conqueror and get it done for this season. Because this season, Battlegrounds is just a mess and a big bungee. And it's just not enjoyable as it was the old Nightfalls. So you're going to be using the bow to take down the shrieker. You can also use your glaive. I didn't use it for this footage, but just to let everyone know if anyone's curious, you can use Wish Ender and then combo it with glaive. So I'm going to turn invisible and then skip these Loosen Hives. I'm going to pick up the Void Orb and then dunk the orb. Once I dunk the second orb, now we're going to go have fun. And I am going to emoji my way to skip the wizards, to skip the shriekers, and then just make life easier. So I am using the emoji throne, and there is a weird bug, which it always has been ever since Lightblade was released. There is a certain point where your character will move out of the mini cheese spot where you can get ignored by the acolytes and shrieker. You'll see very soon. Like once that happens, you have to just use your emoji again, or you could just spam invisibility if you don't have the emoji. So I actually had to once again spam the emoji because the game pushed me off from the mini glitch or mini cheese. I'm not really sure what to call it, to be honest. Then once we pass the waterfalls, we're good to go. I wouldn't recommend jumping at this part. It's just too buggy and I wouldn't recommend it. So now what we're going to do is I'm going to jump and I'm going to deal with the thralls with the bow. So I'm going to jump on this platform. I mean, I could use my glaive, but the problem is I want to save my glaive for the next area. So now I'm just going to take my time using Wish Ender. You can also throw your suppressing grenade if you want to. You don't really need it so much, but I do recommend you try your best to get as much orbs as you can because you're going to need a lot for the swamp area. So let's talk about the swamp area, which I despise. There is a method of the sparrow. I don't really like using that method because sometimes you mess up and then you're done. Now there is a method for the hunter where you just turn invisible, but the problem is you have to go really fast and the moth can actually see you when you are using the smoke invisibility, not the dodge. So you have to be extremely careful because you could just be invisible and then you can just get killed by the moth. Then for the next method is the speed booster for the arc subclass. So yeah, there is a lot of ways, but for me, I just did the easy way. Well, not the easy way. I just did a different way. And then one thing I really hate about the swamp is these lamps can change. It is completely RNG. So if you're using the arc subclass, let's just pretend you're on a Titan, and the lamps can be completely different at every run, and you have to keep running with the speed booster and don't have the darkness times 10. That's one thing about the arc subclass that can be a bit tricky, which is why the sparrow method is probably the easiest. But it's just a lot of work of making the sparrow go all the way to the ship and make sure the acolytes don't destroy your ship, which can be a drag. So right now I have darkness times 10. Darkness times 10 is when you can't run You can't slide, but you can jump and walk. So I am going to be using the smoke and then just make my way through the swamp water or water. And then we're going to go up to the mini cliff hill. I'm not sure why I went that way. I could have went to the right way. But yeah, just be very careful and not fall down from the dead pit. So this is the part that's extremely important. Take down the fairies or the moth, because the problem is they can see you when you turn invisible when you're using your smoke, but not your dodge. On this footage, I kind of messed up. I don't know why on console it is such a drag to take them down. But proof here, if you use your dodge for the hunter, the moth can't see you. But if you use your smoke invisibility, they can see you. At that part, I got really lucky. So what I should have done is I should have stand still and then used the bow. See, the problem on console is it's just so hard to shoot them when you're moving around. Like, it's so awkward to deal with the moth when you're using the bow, especially a bow versus a scout. But as you guys know, I do have to use Wish Ender to deal with Lightblade to get the completion, just to make life easier. Plus, I'm not even using Unstoppable mod. Alright, this run could have been way more faster if the glaive was unstoppable. I know it was last season, but everyone's different. I really love glaives for Lightblade. They're just so useful. They always save me from dealing with the loosened hives, and I just love it so much. So during this part, I am going to be doing DPS at the Unstoppable. So I'm going to do a mini time skip. Once I did DPS at the Unstoppable, now I'm going to be dealing with the moth. So the reason why I didn't use my finisher is I didn't take down all the moths. So as I said before, they can see you if you use your smoke. So just be extremely careful. So once I take down all the fairies, or Navi the fairy from Zelda, since it turned evil, I am going to take down the last moth and then turn invisible. I couldn't see him until I saw a little spark saying, "Hello, hey, listen, listen." And then I turn invisible and then just skip this part. I didn't want to deal with the raiders because they throw void grenades just like Hollow Lair, and it's a pain in the bungee to deal with them. Now everyone's different. I prefer this method where I'm gonna go on top of the right side platform. So I decided to go for this platform and tag the Unstoppable champion. So make sure you tag the 2 Unstoppable champions. If you don't tag them, the Scorn Unstoppable champions, or both, or I would say the Hive Unstoppable and the Scorn Unstoppable, my bad, you're going to have the gold rank at the boss fight when you're using the cheese method. So make sure you tag them so it can count as champion defeated. Once you do that, then you can deal with the mini ogres and then do DPS and use your super. So for me, I want to make sure I deal with the ogres, do DPS, ignore the shriekers, just take them down, make sure everything is good to go. And then just spam Wish Ender away. I mean, I could use my glaive, but I'm going to save it for the boss fight. So now we see the Scorn and Unstoppable Hive fighting each other. So once this happens, then you can do DPS on Unstoppable champion. I was just looking, looks like the Lightblade boss is also attacking the Scorn Unstoppable champion. Everyone is gaining up on this poor guy. But anyway, we did get the points, so that's a good thing. So now I'm going to be doing DPS at the Ogre Unstoppable, so I'm going to do a mini time skip. Once I do DPS, an unstoppable champion. Now we're gonna deal with the Lightblade boss. So I am gonna do a mini time skip here. It's just gonna take a while. Alright, so once he started to be a coward and be a bungee, the Lightblade boss. Oh my goodness. Why? Okay. I am so sorry. My phone had a national alert. I apologize. I don't know what to say. That was so random. I didn't do it on purpose, alright? Anyway, back to Destiny. So now there'll be 2 Shriekers. I'm not sure why I went to this method. So I am going to do a mini time skip of exactly one method you're supposed to go. Make sure all the ads are clear and then deal with the Shrieker at this spot. I'm not sure why I went to the back. That's probably the most dangerous, not safest spot to go. So always go to this spot, not the one in the back. It is extremely dangerous. I do not recommend going to the back way. Always go to the front right side to deal with the 2 Shriekers. And now the boss fight. Yes, isn't this going to be fun? So let me just say this was my first time dealing with the boss for this season. And there were some parts I forgot how to deal with the Lucenhive and 4 barrier champions. So I did turn invisible so the boss can't see me. Since the hunter is so slow at running. I went to the cheese spot, I huddle at the back left and then crouch, and then I waited for the boss to walk by. During this part, it's best not to mess around. That's why I had a glaive, just in case something goes wrong. I can just use a shield and then protect myself and turn invisible. So just do at least just 1 or 2 shots. I would say 1 shot, and then just hear the footsteps of the boss. He will be walking towards you, and then you can just shoot the foot. Yes, I'm not over exaggerating or joking around. I am going to use Wish Ender and just shoot the foot to do DPS. I know this is hilarious, but hey, it works, this mini cheese spot. So I'm going to be doing DPS as much as I can with Wish Ender. Please don't mess around. Please don't make smiley faces on the toe of the Lightblade boss. Trust me, I have tried it last season and he spammed his arc. And I almost went back to orbit. So please, for the love of the Bungeon Traveler, don't make a smiley face. I tried it. It was not happy. And it tried to kill me. But yeah, I'm just shooting the foot away. Shooting the foot. Then it started to move. Sometimes the boss likes to move, so please don't freak out. Just stay in the spot and then just keep doing DPS over and over again. And don't forget, if you are using a glaive, don't forget to gain the glaive bubble energy, just in case something goes wrong. So I'm going to be using Wish Ender and shoot the toe. Over and over again. Isn't this fun? And don't make smiley faces on the toe. Please don't do that. It's not gonna be happy. It's gonna get aggressive, so trust me, don't do that. Just spam the bow, get it done, get the completion for the solo. So once I'm shooting the toe for revenge from the old seasons, where a teleporter one-shot me while I was invisible. I'll never forget that. That was the worst experience of my life. Now I'm going to be dealing with 1 Lucenhive and the 2 Arknights. So he will be teleporting. Then there's going to be the 2 Lucenhives and, well, 1 Lucenhive, my bad. And then 2 of the Arknights that can one-shot you. Best thing for me is to deal with the curse thralls. Now, there was a bug going on. I don't think they fixed it. It was worse today, by the way. On Wednesday or today, the teleportation was so bad compared to Tuesday. So you must take down the cursed thralls because they teleport. They are buggy. That's another problem of going to this mini cheese spot. But I do recommend just use your glaive if you are really close to the cursed thrall. You can see here, they teleported. How did they do that? Was that like a quick attack? You know, sometimes I just wonder, how can they even do that? It was so fast. Did you guys see that? It teleported immediately from the right side. So make sure you take down all the cursed thralls. So that's the first objective. I would also take down the thralls as much as you can. See, another proof. So many bugs going on. Wednesday was worse. The next day of Destiny was 5 times worse than this. Alright, I was having so many bugs going on. It was just not worth of me redoing the run. Because I was trying to get a cleaner run. It was really good, but the boss fight, oh my goodness. And then after the swamp, and then barrier champions were getting their health without using their bubble. It was just a mess. So make sure you take down all the cursed thralls before dealing with the Listen Hive. Because I was so impatient, I decided to see where the Loosen Hive is. So one method you can do is you can actually, on the cheese spot, you could just go on top of the cup and then just bait these thralls and they will go and attack you. See, I didn't do this method, but I did on my other footage, which was all buggy and glitchy. So right now I want to deal with the Loosen Hive. This is extremely dangerous. I was being extremely impatient, so I apologize. I just want to take down the Loosen Hive and get this done and over it. The thralls were also the one issue where they were bothering me and messing up my DPS with the Loosen Hive. See, the problem is that the thralls can actually hurt you when you are on your glaive bubble. Because they go inside the bubble and then they can 3-shot you. So that's one of the problems of using the glaive. The thralls can be your worst enemy more than the Loosen Hive. So I'm going to try again, see if I can get him. I'm going to use my super, throw my suppressing grenade, and then just spam. And then these cursed thralls were immediately trying to one-shot me. See, proof here that the glaive bubble's worst enemy is the cursed thrall. So just be super careful. And you can see I missed a couple of cursed thralls, so my bad for that. I was trying to lure the thralls, but like I said, you can stand on the cup or at the ground, or you can stand on the ground at this part, and you can just lure the thralls and clear them out. I didn't really do so much for this footage because I didn't realize you can do that. I completely forgot that you can lure these thralls to all go aggressive at one spot. So my bad for that. So right now I'm just trying to see if I can shoot a rocket dealing with the Loosen Hive. Thralls are also in the way. They are being completely aggressive when I am using the glaive. So just be extremely careful with the thralls. They are going to be your worst enemy for this entire Nightfall. So I did use the rocket once again and quickly just throw a smoke instead of holding the circle. So now I'm going to turn invisible because I heard the Arc Knight being extremely aggressive. My first objective is to deal with the Loosen Hive. So I want to make sure I take him down. One thing I would like to mention is when I was doing my cleaner run, I had times where the boss used his sentinel shield and then he clipped through the walls and one-shot me at the bottom of the floor. So that is, I would say that's probably the most rarest thing that the Lucent Hive can do. That's why I decided to just do commentary on this version, since there weren't a lot of bugs going on compared to Wednesday or today. So I am going to be crushing the ghosts, and this is the perfect time to get some heavy, get some special, and then deal with the 2 of the arc captains. And I'm going to go to the mini cheese spot. So I am going to stand here because the arc knights can't one-shot me, but they do try to run away a bit. You will have to lure them close to you so you can do DPS. They will hide. I'm not really sure why. They behave completely different when you're on top of this platform or any platform that looks similar to this. And then just use your rocket if you have extra rocket ammo. I'm not sure why I didn't use a rocket for this footage, but it's just a recommendation. If you do want to use your rocket, use it. I was just trying to save as much ammo as I can to deal with the Lucent Hive for the next phase. Well, I will say the second phase since we are still in the first phase. But yeah, you can notice the Lightblade Arc Knights, they are extremely bizarre when you stand on this platform. So once we defeated one mini boss, then we can go deal with the next Arc Knight or Lightblade Knight. Alright, so I'm going to be using my finisher. And make sure you are invisible to go to the cheese spot. You can also bait the boss or the Arc Knight to go to the cheese spot. If you are, let's just say, a Arc Hunter or non-invisible subclass, you must bait the Arc Knight to go to the cheese spot, kill him immediately, and then immediately go to the cheese spot. You don't want the boss to see you. If it does see you while you're trying to go to the cheese spot, then it will shoot arc and then it'll be back to orbit. So now I quickly went to the mini cheese spot and then I'm going to bait the boss and then just do damage on the toe. Yes, not even joking, no over exaggerating. Once he's in a good spot, then I'm just going to wish Ender away. I was trying to see if I can get Glaive Bubble, but it wasn't working, unfortunately. So because of that, which I wasn't really happy because I really want to use it for the next phase, I just decided to use Wish Ender. Just spam Wish Ender over and over for revenge from the old past seasons. This boss, the Kai Blast from old seasons ago, was so OP and broken to the point where it one-shot me. Only the splash damage, not even the Archive Blast. It was the Archive Blast, but it was just the splash damage and then one-shot me. It was completely ridiculous. I am happy that they nerfed that. So now I'm just gonna be Wish Endering away. Isn't this fun? Just doing damage on the toe. You can also do damage on the shoulder if you don't see the foot of the boss. Plan B if something is going wrong or if you don't see any spot to do DPS with Wish Ender. Once I do DPS at the foot or the shoulder, I'm gonna try my best not to laugh. We're gonna be dealing with 4 champions, 2 Arc Knights, and a Lucent Hive. Before I even start, I had to clear out the curse thralls. So I do apologize if this part is a bit messy and it's not the fastest run when I was going for the solo. there is a lot of teleportation. There is a lot of proof that during this part, you'll be dealing with cursed thralls. And they love, and when I say love, they have a passion of teleporting in front of you, to the right side, or to the left side. You can jump on platform, or I'm going to call them the bushes, or the red bushes. So you can use the glaive, or you can use a bow to do DPS. Now, during this footage, I did completely different than the other run. The other run that I did, it was working out great, but the loosened hives were regaining their health, and I was just having some error issues, which I just could not bother myself redoing it because it was just too much work of gambling if the loosened hives can regain their health or not, which doesn't make any sense. So sometimes if you stand here, you can actually deal with the barrier champions, but unfortunately for this one, I wasn't able to do DPS with the barrier champion. So I am going to do a mini time skip here. You will see the barrier champion that will hop around. I messed up the DPS because I thought maybe I can do DPS with barrier champion without using my super. Big mistake, because I was mostly thinking about the loosened hive. Because things wasn't working out, unfortunately for me, I had to go for a different plan and then see if I can multitask dealing with the barrier champions. What I should have done on this footage is just focus on the loosened hive. I didn't do it so much on this run, on my first run. On the second run I did, but there were a lot of barrier champions teleporting instead of jumping, which was a bit frustrating, and I just decided to just upload this version instead of the second one. You can also bait the barrier champions from that top left side. I was trying to see if I can bait them. You can. See, the problem is if you leave the loosened hive alive, they're going to spam the sentinel shield, and sometimes it can be nerve-wracking because I had times on my other test run yesterday where the sentinel shield actually clipped through the walls and behind me. So where I'm standing here, the sentinel shield actually one-shot me behind me. And I'm not really sure how it happened, but that's one of the error codes that I was having trouble yesterday. Well, yes, yesterday. So yeah, there'll be 4 barrier champions, so I was trying to do DPS. The good news is there's no 2 barrier champions, so the one thing I don't like about doing DPS is sometimes 2 of them can work together and then try their best to take you down. Since it's just 1 barrier champion, this isn't really a big issue. See, if I had the tracking and clown coverage, this DPS with the barrier champion wouldn't be so bad. Of course, with the other method, the non-cheese method, you will have to deal with the barrier champions and know the spawns of barrier champions, especially during the second phase and then the last phase. The second phase, when there are 2 more remaining champions near the 3rd phase of the boss. Luckily, the barrier champion was in the middle. I was debating to do DPS of the barrier champion. I think I hesitated here and then I just pulled back a bit. So what I should have done over there is I should have just be a little bit more aggressive and then do DPS of the barrier champion. So as I said before, this run isn't the best. I could have right away just used a rocket, use my super, but you know, no one's perfect. But just be aware that the arc high blast or the arc blast can do a lot of damage, especially the splash damage. Something that the arc, well, the final boss can do. And the old version of Lightblade, the arc splash was 10 times more powerful than this version. Also, another reason I was just walking around back and forth was because of Loosened Hive. I didn't want the Loosened Hive to see me when I was trying to deal with the bigger champions. So that's why I was going left and right, going to different rooms or different platforms. But this is me just playing passive. But once you take down the 2 barrier champions, the other 2 is not so bad. But it was just me debating because I was trying to figure out, and yes, the Arcanite almost one-shot me. I was trying to figure out if I should just go for the barrier champions first or deal with the Loosened Hive first. That was basically what it was in my mind when I was doing this run. But forgive me for my first go for this Lightfall. The reason why I didn't go one-on-one to Glaive is because the Arc Barrier Champions, they were all still alive and they could mess up my DPS when the boss is using the Sentinel Shield. Once he stops pretending to be a Titan, I'm going to be using the rocket. So I was trying to look for him, and he's near the barrier champions, and we have these Arcanites jumping around. It was just so weird that they can jump more higher than a Titan, which doesn't make any sense. You know, it sometimes baffles me when I see the Arcanites of the barrier champions just doing this one hop which hunters would wish they could do, but I don't think they could ever do that without an exotic. I did see the barrier champion in the middle. So when I see the opportunity, I just use my super. The reason why I didn't use my super so much was I was debating to take down the Loosened Hive first or the barrier champions. But because the barrier champions were in sweet spots where I can do DPS, I just forgot about my super on the Loosened Hive and then just focus on the barrier champions when I see them. Since there's just 2 more barrier champions, I mostly focus on a Loosened Hive next and then the remaining 2 champions. So you will see me just wait for the boss to spam his Sentinel Shield, and then I'm going to be dealing with the Loosened Hive with the rocket. I do recommend just first deal with the Loosened Hive first. That way you'll have more freedom dealing with the barrier champions. It's just unfortunately when I was going to attack the Loosened Hive, I saw barrier champions in a nice spot for me to do DPS, and then I just couldn't resist but to take them down with Wish Ender. Alright. You could actually just turn invisible and then just use a rocket. I would prefer Clown Coverage over the Last Impression rocket. I know it's more powerful, but I just prefer using 2 rockets for me. But unfortunately, that's not gonna happen. I couldn't get the right roll. That was the big issue. I've been trying to, so please, I did try farming it 5 hours, 8 hours. It wasn't working out. I couldn't get the roll that I wanted, especially for Lightblade. You know, this run could have been much more faster if I had the better rocket perk. Oh well, nothing I can do. Hopefully the Loosen Hive will be low enough health for me to use the finisher. I'm just waiting for the boss to calm down. Come on, calm down. I just want to get this done and over it. So one thing I had a problem with the Bear Champions on this footage compared to the second version, they were huddling up on this version. From the old version, from the second version where I was having a lot of bug issues, the Bear Champions were not huddling up. And I was able to take down all three champions at the bottom floor. But for this footage, it didn't work out. They were huddling way too much and I wasn't able to take them down from the bottom floor. So I had to do the other method, which I don't really like doing because you have to like jump and bow away, dodge the archive. So I'm going to do a little mini time skip here. But you'll see what I mean where they're just huddling up and they just wasn't cooperating with me. Things wasn't working out dealing with the Bear Champions. They were huddling up way too much compared to the second version. So I decided to try to lure the Bear Champions and then deal with them at this platform, well, at the first floor. But I'm going to jump on this mini platform so the Arc Knights won't one-shot me. So right now, I'm just trying to see where the Bear Champions are. And I'm going to try to bait them. I don't really like doing this method because it's just that you have to dodge the Arc Blasts. And it can be extremely painful. Make sure you take down the moth. It ran away, this moth. My goodness. I was trying to take him down, but it didn't work out. So, when dealing with two Bear Champions, you must jump and then bow. Because the Arc Blast can 3-shot you. And then this is when you really need to use your super and be very consistent with your precision shots and with the rocket. And make sure you take them down as soon as possible. So yeah, I really hate doing this method. I'm not a big fan of it, but I was just having a lot of impatience and I just wanted to get this done and over it. I should have just deal with the Loosen Hive first and then deal with the 4 Bear Champions. I just thought maybe I could take down the Bear Champions fast because they were pretty much in the nice spots where I can do DPS, but unfortunately I had bad luck there. So now I'm going to be dealing with the Arc Knights, finally, and then I'm just going to make my way to the mini cheese spot. Of course, for Fire Team, it'd be completely different. Fire Team is a bit easier because one person can do the cat and mouse method, while 2 of the players can also do some DPS and then just stand at the spawn where the Bear Champions will be at the 3rd phase, and then of course the 2nd phase when the boss's health is in the middle. 2 bearers will spawn at a specific spot. Then they can take them down very quickly while one person is baiting the boss, making it jump up and down. So right now I'm just baiting the Arc Knight. And just be aware of the evil fairies or the evil moth, which they are extremely dangerous, and I despise them with all of my hate or all of my bungee. These guys are extremely tanky. I don't remember them being that tanky at the old version. I'm not really sure. I actually need to go back to my old footage and compare the damage. Maybe it's just me, but yes, they are very tanky. So I am going to use my finisher because I don't want a boss to see me. If I wasn't using invisibility, let's just say scenario, I had to bait the Arknight to the cheese spot. Because I don't want the boss to see me and then he'll just wind up spamming his Arc Blast. So during this third phase, of course, I'll be going to the mini cheese spot. During the phase with the non-cheese method or fire team, this is when thralls will spawn and you would have to do the cat and mouse method dealing with the boss. But then when you are doing DPS, half of the health of the third phase, or the quarter of the health, and it's half, then 2 barrier champions will spawn, which you have to know where the spawns are for the barrier champions. But because I took down the 2 barrier champions at the beginning of the Nightfall, I can skip the 2 barrier champions at the boss fight, the last 2, and still get platinum. So this is just a different way if you do want to skip the 2 barrier champions, or if you keep forgetting the spawns of the barrier champions at the last phase. You can also check out on Google of the maps of where the barrier champions exactly will spawn at the boss fight. Because when they do spawn, you have to immediately use your super and you have to take them down as quickly as possible. Especially on solo run, immediately you have to take them down, or you're going to be juggling with 2 barrier champions and with the boss chasing you like a psychopath. Now, the reason why I did this cheese method is, 1, for giggles, to have fun for this season, because we had Lightblade last season, you know. Just to have laughs and giggles, because we are literally shooting the foot. Worst case scenario, if you don't see the foot, let's just say you can't shoot anything, I recommend just shooting the shoulder of the boss. You could just look up and then shoot the shoulder with the bow. Just in case if you don't see the foot or anything to do DPS, but just please don't move around and mess around with him or make a smiley face. Trust me, you don't want to do that. I tried it for giggles and it didn't work out. For the Scarlet Keep solo run, I'm not gonna go on Hunter, just to let everyone know. I will go for a different subclass because I need a break. I need a break from Hunter because I have to do the Europa Moon, and obviously I am going to go on Hunter for that. So finally, we're gonna be doing DPS at the boss. And then we're going to get platinum. So here's proof that I got platinum by skipping 2 barrier champions. And there we go. We got platinum rank. Yay. We did the most ridiculous cheese. Woo. And I got platinum rank. Thank you so much for watching. I'll see you guys next time. Hello everyone. Today I'll be doing a solo Grandmaster run, the doubles Lair with Warlock. For my subclass, I'll be using the Strand Warlock. For my kinetic, I'll be using a bow, which shoot to loot, an explosive payload. Next, I'll be using Lump Monarch, and for my heavy Taipon. This week, I decided to go for the Strand Warlock, and I'm going to be sparing my way. Get out of my way, this Acolyte. And we're going to skip the Overload Champion. And we will still get platinum, so don't worry about it. For some reason, it's always been like this since the beginning. You can skip the Overload Champion and still get platinum. Yes, I know, it's pretty hilarious, but it works. And it saves so much time, especially with your fire team. So I'm going to weave walk all the way from the back side so I can deal with the twirly barrier champion. I mean, wow. It hasn't even been a minute, and already this barrier champion is doing ballerina twirls. I didn't do it on purpose, but I swear to the bungee. And yes, I know you can also use your melee attack, but I don't have it. 2, I'm mostly just focusing on the weave walk more than spamming the melee build so I can deal with the bigger champions. So that's basically why I haven't really used it in my videos so much. But yes, I am using 2 bows. I could have used a auto rifle, I could have used other kinetic, but I want to try out this bow because I haven't used it for a really long time. That's also one of the main reasons. And I really want to try out just using 2 bows for the solo run. I don't think I've done it so much for this season. I have done the all bow long time ago with Curiosity Reach Warlock. Pretty fun, by the way. Triple bow with a subclass. So there will be an overload champion, and thanks to the Bungie, it doesn't do twirly ballerina dances, but it loves to teleport. And sometimes it can be buggy. For me, I just really love Lab Monarch because I can deal with the overload champions way more consistent. And everyone is different, and yes, I'm not using Wish Ender. Isn't that a surprise? I mean, you can use Wish Ender for this GM. I just didn't use it because I wanted an easier time to deal with the upload champions. That's basically about it. But yeah, isn't this fantastic? I mean, we get to deal with another Twirly Barrier champion up ahead. We're gonna be spamming a lot of threatenings, and yes, I know this bow is, it's decent. I mean, it's better than the Stasis exotic bow. I mean, at least I can do damage to the Barrier champion shield compared to the exotic Stasis bow. Let's just be completely honest. Alright, I tested out, and that bow sucks. Okay, I don't like the bow. I hate it, by the way. I tried it, by the way, for Scarlet Keep. I tried it for other runs. It just wasn't for me. So first things first, there'll be a overload champion from the left side. I usually like to go to the back, but for this footage, I really just want to stay around here, deal with the snipers. I think I forgot the snipers, so make sure you take down these snipers first, and then deal with the wizards. After that, then you can deal with the overload champion. You can also combo the barrier champions with the melee. I didn't really do it so much for this run. As I said before, I was just focusing the weave walk build than the melee, because I know some players can be extremely sensitive when I'm not using this or that. Like, oh, my traveler and the speaker. Alright, it's just a game. It's just Destiny. But anyway, we're gonna take down the Arc Captain. And we're gonna be scouting left and right. Make sure there's no ballerina twirls out of nowhere. And yes, mines. I don't know if I told anyone this, but one time on my hunter, I was at the boss fight and the mine actually one-shot me. Yeah, I know, it's pretty sad. It was on my stasis hunter. I was so confused and speechless, and I wasn't really sure how I got one-shot, but yes, Destiny bugs. You can also go to the other opposite side, but I just decided to go over here because, well, everyone's different. Everyone's playstyle is different. So overload champions, they always walk up here, and Lab Monarch is just an amazing weapon. Now, if you do have your melee, you can use it towards the overload champions. You can also, like I said, use the melee for the barrier champions. You don't really need your weave walk so much for this area or for this section or with the mini waves. Now, the one thing you must be aware is the snipers. Snipers are actually going to be your worst enemy for this run. And the wizards as well, especially when they do run off to the middle of the map. Yeah, I know, it's pretty scary. And you're probably wondering, why do I have special ammo? Well, short and sweet, it's because of the artifact mod I'm using with the Tangle orbs. Because of the artifact mods, for some reason, I'm also getting heavy bricks, which is good, but as well with the special bricks. It's a pretty cool artifact mod, I forgot the name. But it really helps out if you are using a special weapon, but for this footage, I'm not. So make sure you use your weapon, your exotic bow, Lemnar, to take down the vandals, because we're going to go to the next wave. We're still defending the ghosts, and I'm really happy that we don't have to huddle the ghosts like in Battlegrounds. We can leave the ghosts alone. It can be independent. It could be on its own. It can solo scan. We don't have to defend it close by. We can just hide and shoot and deal with the wizards up ahead that will spawn during this wave. Once you take down 2 of the wizards, or depending on the ads, mainly the wizards I would say, the bigger champions should spawn. You can melee, you can use your linear fusion rifle, and of course, don't forget, always use your super dealing with the barrier champion. So you'll see right here, I use my melee, alright, for the guardian trolls. And you can also deal with the barrier champion right up ahead, stagger it, use your super. But yeah, like I said, I wanted to focus on the weave block build. I didn't really focus on the melee towards barrier champions to break the shield. Now, there are times where sometimes I forget that I'm using Lemonarch, I'm using the kinetic. And then there's times where I'm trying to deal with the barrier champion, but then I'm using the Lemonarch. It's kind of funny. I was just trying to see where are all these ads. So I see them up ahead and I can just spam Lemonarch. Now there are times where I switch to my kinetic bow, especially dealing with the explosive shanks. For some reason it does more damage than Lemonarch. I don't know why, but hey, maybe it's because it has explosive payload. I'm not really sure, but that's for some reason it works and I just go with the flow. Now I am just trying to deal with the fallen captains, and just be aware of the Arc Seekers. The Arc Seekers will be your worst enemy when you are at this area. You can spam your healing drift, especially if you are using the stag. Or you could use a different exotic, but I really love the stag. It's one of my favorite exotics for the Warlock. And you're probably wondering what's going on over here. I was trying to see if the captain will push, and he did. So far, everything seems to be good to go. I just want to deal with the Arc Captain. Gosh, he just loves the teleport. Reminds me of Europa Grandmaster. Really hate Battlegrounds, and yes, I will say that over and over until they sort it out. And yes, I do have shoot to loot on my kinetic bow. I actually forgot I had it. You can also pick up ammo and orbs, which is really good for Warlock and for Titan as well. I was trying to bait the Arc Captains. You can also just push and then just deal with them. But the problem is, eventually we will spawn the Shanks, and this is when I was just switching to my kinetic weapon. For some reason, it was doing more damage than my Lemon Arc. Plus, I was getting these Tangle Orbs, and they were doing a lot of damage because of the artifact mod. But like I said, you don't need to use your Weave Walk at all for this section. You could just spam your melee, dealing with the champions, especially the barrier ones. But wow, isn't this really fun? I really love the Strand Warlock as well for the Titan. I might try out the Hunter, but I'm not really sure. I really want to take a break and just relax. And yeah, basically double Slayer. But we do have an Overload champion, and Lemon Arc just saves the day because it won't teleport left and right with this weird glitch where it teleports and then it regains its health. Now it's really interesting. I have so much heavy that I barely use my linear. Barely used it. But you can see that with this build, you will always have so much heavy, especially for this season. So there is just no questions of any player to not have heavy for Devil Slayer. It would be impossible for this build. If so, then probably bad luck from Bungie. Either that or the game is just trolling. So we're almost done with the wave. You just have to clear down the Vandals, the Snipers. And of course, don't forget, be aware of the gold bar Vandal Sniper. And they have a lot of health. I do recommend just use your Lemon Arc, or if you want to, use your Linear Fusion. I was trying to bait this Sniper from far distance so it can show off its face and I can just snipe it. But yeah, they are extremely stubborn, and there is snipers from the left side. That's why I didn't push to run towards the sniper. So once we finish the wave, you could just Weave Walk and then just ignore these snipers. And then when you do Weave Walk, you'll get the minions or the threatenings, around 5 of them, which will do so much work for you. They will take down the ads, they will do damage to the champion, which is what we want, to be honest. Just be careful with this Vandal up ahead and the Arc Seekers from the Upload champion. Just remember to combo with your Linear and then Lemon Arc. Now for this footage, I didn't really do it so much, but if you want to speed run, which I know a lot of players like to do that, you could just combo it with Lemon Arc and with the Linear Fusion Rifle. Now this is probably the most boring area I have ever seen. Well, it's not that it's boring, but it's just the Briggs. And then we got a tank. Then we got these snipers at the top, which you must take down as quickly as possible before this servitor starts to immune them. Now this is actually the perfect time to use your melee. I didn't really use it for this footage so much. Like I said, I didn't really focus too much of it, more of the Weave Walk. Right. But just be careful when dealing with the barrier champion. You can see here, I messed up my super. So my bad for that. I could have used my melee. So one thing you could do is use your melee. So just be super careful. And we all know that using your super at the windows for the Warlock is a no-go. Which I didn't know, by the way. This was actually my first attempt. I did not know that the super for the Warlock, for the Strand, I didn't know that it wasn't going to go through the windows. Alright. I didn't know. I mean, it works for the hunter, right? And it works for the other subclasses. But it doesn't work for this subclass, so my bad for that. Just be aware of the snipers from up ahead. The reason why I was doing the weave walk was to get the threatenings. And on purpose, I wanted to get red health from the snipers so I can pop a healing rift and then just spam lemon arc. So once we deal with that, there's gonna be snipers. Just be very careful with them. They can hurt you. They can hurt your poor guardian. And I must say, I was being extremely careless. So I decided to pull back to see where the snipers are because I couldn't really see them. They were hiding. And it looks like the best way would be standing here and then try to push a bit forward to deal with the snipers once you kill them one by one. Just be super aware of the Overload Champion that will push. You do want to take down the Overload Champion. I highly recommend. Now this is probably the best time to deal with Overload Champion if you can. Just be careful with the solar attack. As you guys can see, there's different types of Overload Champion. There's the solar right now. You see the Arc Seeker. And probably one that just shoots arc, but to be honest, they're not the most dangerous Overload Champions. The most dangerous is the Scorn Champions, the Overloads, because there's actually 5 types of them, which is scary. So I wanted to get on top of the roof so I can use my super. And hopefully nothing bad will happen. So I pull back and now we're going to deal with the brig. He will walk up to the hill very soon. I want to first deal with him and then the brig from the left side, hopefully. But you can see the damage for the super, for the strand, wasn't really that bad, to be honest. It was pretty decent, not bad, and good enough for me. Now I'm waiting for this brig to push so I can actually do damage, but you can see it likes to do this weird, awkward dodge. Eventually he will walk up to the hill. You can see this brig is extremely awkward. So once its shield is broken, you can switch to your linear fusion rifle to do DPS if you want to, or you could just spam lemon arc. It depends of you. So once we deal with the first brig, then we can deal with the next one. This one's pretty easy going. It just sometimes can dodge or hide behind a tree. Sometimes. Doesn't happen all the time, but yeah. This one really likes to hide behind a tree. You can see here, he's a little bit awkward spot. Normally he doesn't really stand here too much. He usually goes from the right side, but for some reason on this footage, he was just all the way in the corner, hiding behind a tree. Because of that, and I just don't have time and the patience to deal with him, I just decided to go for the DPS with the walker. Now, if you see a ship, you can also shoot the turrets, which I didn't do so much because, well, I just got a little impatient. But this is me when I'm extremely want to get it done and over it. Then the brig decided to move. Wow, isn't that just fantastic? I mean, look at that. It was just hiding behind a tree, and now it's going to the spot where it's supposed to be, because usually in all my runs, he just stands over here. He never really goes to the corner, but then for some reason in this footage, it decided to go behind a tree and hide like a bungee. I mean, kind of ridiculous, but this is rare. It doesn't really happen so much at all. You can also spam your melee as well, so you could do additional damage. But wow, isn't this guy stubborn as a bungee? I mean, it's pretty sad. I mean, why was it hiding behind the tree in the corner? Like, what is going on over here for this strike? I mean, wow. Unbelievable. I'm so speechless. So when we do take down the brig, we're gonna deal with the walker, or the spider. Or the egg walker. Okay, joke aside. Are you gonna do any time skip here? Once we deal with the walker, which wasn't really so bad. I mean, right now I'm just spamming Lemon Arc. Eventually he will be taken down. Eventually. I mean, look at that. He has such a tiny health. There we go. We took him down. Isn't that great? And we got a lot of snipers from the right side, which I definitely need to take down, but I was losing my patience over here. So because I don't really want to bother myself dealing with the snipers too much, I'm gonna go from the opposite direction to see if I can lure them on the left side. Now what you can do is you can go and do DPS at the snipers from the beginning, from far distance, if you have patience. No, I don't have patience so much, especially for this season. All right, let's just be honest. 3 Battlegrounds. All right, it takes all of my energy, and it just puts me in a bad mood. So because of that, because of Battlegrounds being a pain in the bungee, I don't have the patience, and this is probably pretty dangerous. So just be super careful with the snipers, or you can just take down the snipers first from far distance from the right side and then deal with the barrier champion. For this footage, no patience. This is just when you want to rush it. You don't want to deal with snipers so much. But yeah, this is gonna be extremely intense because now I'm just trying to deal with this barrier champion. You can also use your melee as well to deal with the barrier. I didn't really so much for this footage, well, when dealing with the barrier champion. Be careful with these invisible fallens, and then we got a ship. So as I said before, you can take down the turrets from the ship if you want to, if it is bothering you. Just be aware of standing at this spot. I don't like that spot behind this red barrel. I'm not really sure what it is, but I don't really like standing in that spot. It just gives me a lot of bad vibes. Now, I need to deal with the Overlord champion, and I felt like I was too close because I was hearing a lot of the fallen captains shooting solar at me as well, so I had to try to see if I could find a good angle to do DPS with the Overlord champion. Now you can actually do DPS at the Overlord champion at the opposite side, but because I got so impatient and ran out of energy because of Battlegrounds, I just didn't do that method and just try to find other ways to deal with this Overlord champion. We still have a lot of snipers. You can see here there's more Overlord champions, but let's just be happy they're not these scorned Overlord champions, which I extremely despise. You can also combo it with your linear fusion rifle. In this footage, I was debating if I should use my linear or not, but take as much time as you can. You can see here that the Overlord champion is extremely aggressive. and it was trying its best to hide behind that wall so I won't take him down. Right now, I decided to use my super again. I mean, I was gonna save my super, but I don't think it was worth it, especially with the Overload champion versus a bunch of ads and snipers. It wasn't worth it, so if you have your super and you want to use your super on the snipers and ads, then just use it. Just use it, spam as much as you can, and always remember to save your super for the boss fight. Highly recommend. So now we got another Overload champion. My gosh, there's just so much. So many Overload champions, I could just cannot believe it. But the good news is it's not Battlegrounds. And another good news, it's Devil's Lair. So it isn't really that bad. This strike is actually really fun to farm with your fire team. Especially if it is double loot. But unfortunately for this week, I don't think it's double loot. I mean, they always put double loot on the most cringiest toxic Grandmasters versus the most easygoing farmable Grandmasters. I don't know why. It's kind of awkward and questionable. I'm noticing a pattern for this season with double loot week. Anyway, there'll be 2 Overload champions, and it's kind of awkward here because I remember, maybe I'm wrong, I could be wrong by the way, but I remember there was 3 Overload champions for the boss room. Like before you start the boss fight, there was 3 Overload champions. Now I could be wrong, alright. If they did take away 1 Overload champion, then I have no complaints because it makes my life easier. It makes the fire team easier. And it just makes life easier. Once we do take down the Overload champion, then we're going to be using our super. I do recommend to have your super because we really want to take down. We want to do as much DPS as we can when dealing with the boss. So right now I am going to spam my linear fusion rifle. I did as much damage as I can. And this is what you want. You want to use your super and then your linear fusion rifle until it is 1/3 of its health. You really want to go for that method and just be super aware of the arc captain. Now, the one thing I don't like about doing this method is the arc captain. If I don't take down the arc captain, he can't sneak up behind me. Now, I'm trying to remember if I did take down the arc captain while using my super, but it doesn't really work. But you can see here, always take down the arc captain. Especially if you are at this phase, the DPS phase, well, when cute adorable baby servitors spawn, try to be on the lookout of dealing with the arc captain because they're going to be your worst enemy where it can mess up your solo run. And in my experience, I had times where I was careless and it one-shot me. And it was kind of sad. I mean, I was at the boss fight, the easiest part ever, and then I just get one shot by an arc captain because I was careless. This is just advice if you want to be careful for your solo run. Always take down the arc captain after you do DPS and go for this phase, or if not, and you still need to do more DPS, then you need to look for the arc captain and then do DPS at the boss. So now we're going to take down this cute, adorable, lovable, cuddable baby servitor, which is really sad. I mean, we had to take it down. I'm sorry, guys. I mean, they're cute, they're adorable, but we have no choice. We really need to take down this baby servitor so we can break the boss's shield. Alright, it's nothing we could do. I mean, I'm sorry. Sorry, baby servitor. My goodness, I feel horrible right now. I feel so guilty. But we're gonna weave walk so we can avoid the Arc Seekers. And then we're gonna go down to the basement. I'm just gonna call it the basement, to be honest. And we're gonna take down the Vandals. And then try our best to do DPS as much as we can for the boss. So I did weave walk just to avoid the Arc Seekers. And yes, they sometimes sneak up on you. So on purpose, I did use weave walk and I wanted to get threatenings. So I want to use my linear fusion rifle to deal with the boss. And I'm just trying to avoid the void attack. So once we do enough DPS, now we gotta go really fast to deal with the Overlord champions. Now I'm gonna be completely honest, I got extremely lucky. You guys know me. I always get the worst luck dealing with Overlord champions. No matter what I do, I get the worst luck. Now for some reason this footage, maybe because I'm a Strand Warlock, I'm not sure. Maybe Bungie is feeling pity for me because of 3 Battlegrounds for this season. I actually got 2 of them in one go with the Overlord champions, which is really rare, to be honest. This never really happens to me, but if it happens to you, take advantage of it and just use your super, use your linear as much as you can. Now the scary part for this footage is I actually had no linear. If you look at the bottom, I got no linear. I really don't want to let go of this Overlord champion. And this is me being stubborn. And then the worst part is I had 2 of them. And I said to myself, no, I gotta take down these Overlord champions. Because it's 2 of them. And it was just horrible. I mean, I was panicking. And yes, I know, Blitz, why did you use your super near the window? Because I was desperate, alright? I mean, 2 Overlord champions in one go. I mean, this is extremely rare. This never happens to me. But the good news is, even though I did use my super and it didn't really work 100%, the threatenings actually went through the windows and was doing DPS at the Overlord champions, which you guys saw. So I didn't waste my super. I did kind of hurt myself, you know, poor Guardian, poor Warlock, but the good news is we took down the Overlord champions, and now the best thing is we could just take our time, pick up heavy ammo with shoot to loot with our kinetic, and then we could just do DPS at the Overlord champion. Well, we could do DPS at the final boss. I mean, isn't that great? We just have to take down these cute, adorable, lovable baby servitors. They're just so cute. I just want a lemon arc and just spam it. They're so cute that I just want to buy a little plush doll. And I did. I actually got 2 though. I was gonna buy 2 more, but I got sold out. And I was so sad. Alright, so sadly, unfortunately, we gotta take down the last baby servitor. Now these ads were shooting a lot of arc, so I was being extremely careful because my health was on half. So we are finally going to take down this boss, and I'm super excited for it. I want to double check the basement, by the way. And everything is good to go, because I mean, sometimes you have ads at the basement floor. So I want to make sure I clear them down before I take down this cute, adorable servitor. Once I take down the baby servitor, the boss will teleport from the back. I use my super. And yes, I should have went a little bit more outside. And then back away and then use my linear, but doesn't really matter. I mean, the boss is almost dead. So right now, I'm just trying my best to do Lemon Arc and clear these ads, and then try to use my linear fusion rifle to do DPS. You can also use your melee if you do have enough, which I didn't really do so much for this part. You can use melee at the boss to do additional damage as well. I didn't, but highly recommend if you do have melee. You can see here the last minute I did use my melee. So just spam Lemon Arc, take down the boss, and we're gonna get Platinum rank. So we finally got Platinum, and as I said guys, you can skip the first Overlord Champion and still get Platinum. Thank you so much for watching, and I'll see you guys next time. Hello everyone, today I'll be doing a solo Grandmaster GM Battlegrounds Moon with Hunter. For my subclass, I'll be using Night Stalker. Here are the mods and fragments I'll be using in this video. For my kinetic, I'll be using the famous Wish Ender, but a pink version. Next, I'll be using a Arc Scout, which should loot, and the Hothead. It's gonna be the invisible build, or the mini version. Battlegrounds is just a fantastic content. I just love it. This is one of my favorite Moon Grandmaster GMs. It's just fantastic. I mean, look at that. We got a barrier champion. We just use Wish Ender. We just spam it. Then we just use a rocket. And then we take it down as quickly as possible, or it's just going to hide away. I just love Battlegrounds. It's just a fantastic GM. I'm sorry, guys. I was wearing my Bungie hat. I took it off. I think it was telling me the opposite things that I really feel about Battleground GMs. Most likely, we're going to be dealing with Battlegrounds, but GM version, where there's going to be a lot of champions, copy and paste. And it's just going to be a mess. There's going to be a lot of acolytes and a lot of barrier champions, much more than unstoppable. You can use a rocket, but I do recommend using a machine gun for a faster run. I didn't use a machine gun because I need a mini break from it. I have been using a machine gun, and oh my goodness, did you guys see that? The acolyte literally threw a fireball at my poor guardian's face. I am quite surprised that it survived. Usually I would understand a Warlock or a Titan, but a Hunter, oh my goodness, my recovery is pretty low. So, yippee for the Hunter. There's going to be a lot of barrier champions. You will have to juggle around. Try your best to take them down. Reason why is they like to hide around. They like to do the ballerina twirls. But if you debuff them with the artifact mod for this season, which in other words, if they are highlighted purple, they won't do the ballerina twirls or show off their dance moves. But I do advise to ignore the wizard. There is a wizard on the left side or right side, my mistake. You don't want to take him down or her down because she or the wizard will spawn the shiny mini boss acolyte, which will take away your super momentarily until you take him down. And your smoke. And your grenade. And they're gonna get overshields, and it's a big mess. So make sure you take down all the ads and then take down the wizard. For this footage, I don't think I was fast enough to DPS the acolyte really fast. If I was using a machine gun, then yes, of course. But because I'm using a rocket and it's a bit slow, I am using the impression rocket. It does high damage, but it does take time for it to do DPS. I use it for reasons because of the mini cheese ghost scan, and I just want to try out using a rocket for this GM or Battleground, but GM version. Once all the ads are clear, you can use your finisher, and then it will spawn the mini shiny boss. which he must take down because he likes to go to the Shrieker. Well, not a Shrieker, but likes to take away your super, your grenade, your smoke, gives everyone, including the champion, overshields. Now, because my rocket is not so great, I was trying to spam rockets as much as I can to take him down. So during this part, he will take his sweet time, this annoying mini boss, shiny acolyte-ish mini boss. I did just spam all my rockets as much as I can so I can take him down. You can see proof here that it doesn't let you use your super, your smoke, and your grenade. But once you take him down, then everything will be good to go. And then you can deal with the wizards and the barrier champions. Now I went to this cave just to deal with the wizards and the barrier champions. I mean, everyone has their own little methods of dealing with this much faster. For me, I'm most comfortable here for a while. I wouldn't really stand here when the ogres and unstoppable champions spawn. I have tested out with other weapons and of course this weapon, Wish Ender. It's not really the safest, and plus the Arknights like to push and go inside a cage and try to two-shot you, which is not a fun experience. That was one thing I was double testing just to make sure. No surprises, because I don't want anyone to come and say, Blitz, I went to the cave and then the Arknights actually two-shot me, you didn't tell me. It is really cool to go to the cave to deal with the wizards during that mini phase, but other than that, it's not really that safe. I will say that I will do many time skips, not in this section, but during the ghost scan when I am dealing with unstoppable champions, just to give a heads up, and doing DPS at the final boss since it is extremely tanky. During this phase, when the ogres spawn, you must take down the barrier champions as fast as you can. The reason why I say the fastest you can is these barrier champions will back away. They will make it much harder for you to do DPS. You want to take them down as much as you can. And yes, I know this is probably the worst luck I ever had. Well, not really the worst luck ever. But you can see I'm trying to do precision shots, but this barrier champion keeps moving and moving. During this part, I had bad luck. This barrier champion was not cooperating with me. And this is the perfect example of why you need to take down a barrier champion really fast, because they like to hide behind any platform, behind new walls, anything they see. They will go behind and then pop their barrier to heal themselves. And it is quite annoying. I really don't like that. Even though you debuff it and it's not going to dance around. So once you take down the barrier champions, then there'll be another barrier champion somewhere around there. I can't really do precision shots quite right because of aim assist, auto aiming, or console aim assist, which I have no control, by the way. There is nothing I can do to make this easier for me. So because of that, and I have to fight with my poor guardian just aiming by itself, going over here, left, right, up, down. Where do I go? So I decided to spam my rockets to take down a barrier champion as quickly as possible, because I already know console aim assist is going to mess up my DPS if I take too much of my time. So if you do have rockets or machine gun, go ahead. For the machine gun, you'll probably have to be a little closer to deal with the champions, or you could just spam Wish Ender and then use your super. Another option is you can use a linear fusion rifle. I actually was debating to use a linear. I think using a linear will be quite easier than a rocket in my opinion, because you can just use a void linear fusion rifle and then you would triple tap. And you could just get so much damage, so much DPS dealing with the boss. But I decided to use a rocket, and now this unstoppable champion is hiding like a bungee. Well, great. What else can go wrong in this Battlegrounds? Because the unstoppable champion doesn't want or feel like showing up, I'm just thinking and debating if I should go to the right side. So I see the unstoppable champion, he's hiding. We got this laser on my poor guardian. Trying to see if I can take him down. You can also use your super. I think during this part I forgot I had my super, but yeah. You can use your super, or you can wait for the mini boss to spawn and then use your super. There should be one more champion after this. So one more champion should spawn once the mini boss spawns. Now about the mini boss, he likes to shoot arc really far away and pretty accurately. I really don't like that, but hey, that's how the game operates. So before you deal with the mini boss, you must take down the bigger champion as fast as possible. If you don't, he will hide. You will hide next to the boss and cuddle and huddle, and he will be extremely annoying and painful. Extremely painful to deal with during this Battleground GM thing. I mean, it's not really a strike. Doesn't really have a story, so I'm just gonna call it a thing. You can also take down the wizards, since they are gonna be a pain to deal with if you get too close to them. Which is pretty much what I'm gonna do over here. I'm gonna get a little closer towards the mini boss so I can spam my rockets and use my super. The most dangerous part here is just the splash damage of the arc blast that this boss does. He does a lot of damage, so just be super careful, which is why I put arc resilience. I was gonna put concussive dampener, but the problem is my hunter doesn't have enough stats for resilience, so I just put double void resilience in one arc. Which is alright. I mean, concussive dampener would have been better, but I don't have enough energy for that for my poor hunter. Of course, for my Warlock and Titan, I would have enough energy for that, but not for this subclass. Because hunters are extremely picky with stats, depending on what subclass you are. Which I don't like, but that's how it is for the hunter. Compared to the Titan, it's easy. And then for the Warlock, of course, it's easy as well with the stats. But for the hunter, it could be complicated. Really depends on what subclass you're going for. Now we're gonna go through this dark room. And then we're just gonna skip all these ads because we pretty much don't want to deal with them. And we just want to get to the boss scan. I usually just pull back and then jump. I don't try to move forward. It's not that you can't get one shot since they fixed it. It's just the ads. The problem is if you move too forward, the ads could take you down and send you back to orbit. So you can just take advantage of the invisibility. You might as well. And then just make your way to the ghost scan. I mean, we're just going to ignore these stalkers, ignore these scorns, and then just make our way. because this Battlegrounds is basically you take down champions, go scan, then you just go to the boss fight. That's pretty much what you do here. We're going to be doing the mini cheese method. I cannot bother myself doing the legit way. It's just a lot of work. I only played the master version twice, and this is when I had COVID. And I didn't know anything about the cheese until later on. And it just wasn't a fun experience, and I just don't think it's worth it. So we're gonna go for the go scan, and we are gonna go to the rail. Just like the Lightblade cheese spot, but the opposite way, you must hug the rail from the left side and then move at front with your guardian until you see your guardian float. Then you just stand still and then see if the cheese is working. So just like Lightblade but the opposite, you must move your character from the left side and then move forward. Not too much forward of making your guardian stand to the edge of the rail or the mini platform you see right now. You must make your guardian move forward and then of course hug the rail from the left side. Once you do that, then just do a test to see if the ads are responding when you are standing at the cheese spot. If the ads are not sniping you or shooting void at you, then you did the cheese spot right. If not, then you have to try again and of course bait the ads to shoot somewhere else because they will be spamming void nades at the cheese spot. Now this part can be tricky because with the machine gun, it is way more, well, 10 times much more easier dealing with the unstoppable champions than a rocket. See, the problem using a rocket is during this mini cheese spot, there is invisible walls where you can accidentally kill yourself. Or you can accidentally use the rocket and then you have to pull back before you get one shot from it. Now, I will do many time skips here. Now, someone will argue and say, why not just use a scout rifle? Well, here's the problem. I did try using a scout rifle on my test runs, and it only does 700 or less, 75 damage to the unstoppable champion. Okay, my mistake. 500 to 600-ish. But yeah, it's doing poor damage even though I stagger it, which is why I'm just using my Wish Ender to do DPS with the unstoppable champion. That's one of the reasons why. And yes, I know it is pretty sad that Wish Ender does more damage than this scout. And I'm just using this scout so I can pick up some heavy just to make the run more faster-ish. So my main objective is probably dealing with the mini boss that's hiding from the middle. Now you can also try to make the scorn move if you do have explosive payload with your scout rifle, which I was trying to do, or the sneaky way, which I like to do, but I don't think a lot of people will like it, is you can just shoot a rocket on one of the scorns and then they're going to move close to the mini boss like this, and then it's going to do damage to it. It is pretty hilarious, I'm not going to lie. I'll be super honest. But that's plan B if it's hiding too much and you have no patience like me. And I don't blame you. I mean, Battlegrounds is just horrendous. Then you could just go for that method if you are using a rocket. So I am going to do a mini time skip of dealing with unstoppable champions, but before I do that, when doing the cheese method, you cannot move. You only can move your weapon, and that's about it. You can't use your super, you can't move left and right. You have to stand still, move your weapon, that's it. Yes, you can throw smoke on yourself or at them. Yes, you can throw your grenades. but you cannot move. If you move, the boss, the champions, the snipers, the stalkers, they will see you, and you're pretty much dead unless you can bait them to shoot somewhere else. You'd start all over. But the problem is, if you're on Warlock or Titan, well, that's it. You'll pretty much be sent back to orbit. Unless you could use your super, your Roman super, and then try again, but I'm not sure if that would work, to be honest. Alright, so I'm going to do a mini time skip. I'm going to take down the next champion. He will walk up, and then I will just pretty much just spam my wish ender. Once I spend 3 minutes of my life spamming wish ender because it's doing more damage than the scout, even though I stagger it. Now I'm just gonna wait for the hack progress or defending the ghost percent. Once it goes to a certain percent, then we'll be dealing with more champions. And it is the unstoppable again, and a mini scorn boss. The one that glows, which is a pain because it likes to hide. For this one. If not, then it is the next phase. I could make a mistake for this mini part. So now we see the mini boss. I was debating to shoot a rocket, but unfortunately he was way too close to me and I couldn't use my rocket, so I had to wait patiently, and definitely was extremely painful of me seeing the mini boss walk away when I had a lot of chances to do DPS. But can't do that because I'm not using the machine gun. And I can't do it because I'm going to wind up having a rocket in front of me. Then I have to move and it's going to be painful. And yeah, it's not worth it. So now I'm just trying to do DPS and Unstoppable Champion. And trying to see if these scorns are going to... I'm trying to figure out if this mini boss can cooperate with me. So I did tag him a bit. And you can see I did some damage to the mini boss. I tried to take down the mini boss first, then the Unstoppable Champions. I was doing a test run without Wish Ender, and I took down both Unstoppable Champions, and then the Scorn, right there you saw, he actually was all the way from the left side, and he did not want to walk around this area. He behaved completely different when two Unstoppable Champions pretty much taken down. That was one of my test runs, and then I just decided to just take down the mini boss and then the two Unstoppable Champions. I know it's slow, but the problem is I'm not a Warlock. I could not do Controverse whole build to throw the grenade to make the Scorn, to do damage at the Scorn. Can't do that with a Hunter. Maybe with a certain grenade build for the Hunter, but not for this subclass, or not for this build I'm using, basically. So there's no point. But now we're good to deal with Unstoppable Champion. So I'm going to do a mini time skip since it's just me spamming Wish Ender. So I am trying my best to take down the two Unstoppable Champions. You'll notice that the two Unstoppable Champions like to switch around. That is completely normal. They will do that just to make you upset. But if you have the patience, then eventually you'll take at least one of them down, and then the last Unstoppable Champion will be much easier to deal with because 90% they will just be standing just like this and not move at all. So I'm going to do a mini time skip here. I almost took down the second Unstoppable Champion. Then we're going to go for the next phase, and this is when we're going to have more Unstoppable Champions. Now, I'm trying to remember at the moment. I think it is one Unstoppable Champion, and then one mini Ogre boss. You really want to focus just the Unstoppable Champion because the other one, from what I remember, it doesn't really count. So once you take down the unstoppable champion, then the defend ghost percent will go up. So right now at the moment, I'm trying to remember if it's 1 unstoppable champion or 2. So we'll find out very soon. And it looks like we have 1 Scorn unstoppable champion. So I'm trying to make him move a little bit so I can use my rocket. Sometimes he moves a little further. For this footage, it didn't look like he moved so much. I was debating to use a rocket, but I was afraid of the invisible wall. So it wasn't looking that great. So I just decided to pull back. But you can see here, sometimes I'm shooting the score, and then when I'm trying to move the bow a little closer, then it's just going to hit an invisible wall. That's why I just waited, so I'm going to be patient. And the Scorn champion should walk up to that spot. Now, during this part, I am just going to use my Wish Ender. There's really no point in me using the Scout. It's pretty much weak. And yes, you can see sometimes Wish Ender has a weird odd bug. So you just have to make sure you find a spot where it does triple DPS when using Wish Ender. So once you find a spot, usually it's the arm, upper arm, then you just take your sweet time. I'm going to do a time skip here. After spending 2 minutes of my Bungie life, we took down the unstoppable champion, and then the percent should go up. Once we deal with that, we just stay here until it goes 100%. Yeah, isn't this fun? Fantastic. This is the best day ever. I'm the happiest guardian ever. Okay, joke aside, we took down all the champions. And no raiders or stalkers spam their sniper or their void grenades, which I'm quite happy. If you guys notice, yes, this is basically my first time dealing with this. So yes, I did test runs, right? And most of the part was the ghost scan was being extremely frustrating because some of the non-exotic weapons, some of the weapons I used wasn't working out. Yes, I am taking my time here because I completely forgot about the lasers. Alright, bear with me guys, this is my first time going to this area. Alright, I'm just taking one step at a time. Alright, Blitz. Just go through the lasers. But yeah, I apologize for that. It was my first time on this part, by the way. Now this is going to be very interesting. So it's going to be basically the same as the, well, Europa and Mars. So because I really don't want to pick up the hive seals, and I just cannot bother myself, I am going to wait until the timer runs out. So I'm going to touch grass, and then we're going to be dealing with a barrier champion and unstoppable. They are going to be extremely dangerous, so I do recommend you be very cautious with them, especially standing at this spot could be a little bit dangerous. But I will let you know you must take down unstoppable first, and then the barrier champion. And of course, spam rockets if you need to, and you're super for the barrier or unstoppable. So I'm going to do my time skip here. After touching grass for 2 minutes once again, now we get to deal with a barrier champion, a couple of score mini bosses. For some reason their arc attack can shoot pretty far away. I'm not sure if it did show in this footage, but it did on my old runs. Probably on master version if I remember. But just be extremely careful because now we gotta deal with Unstoppable Champion. And the one thing I don't like about this part, I'm pretty sure there's an easier way to deal with these champions. Because I was thinking going the tunnel. But then I was thinking about the void grenades and the snipers. That's why I didn't go there, because I haven't tested at all of doing DPS of champions at the tunnel. See, the problem with this area is the champions hide, and it is extremely annoying. And I wasn't sure of what spots would be the best. Later on, I did figure out, but yes, be extremely careful. Just use your super if you must. Now, my super was not doing well. My super, for some reason, didn't hit the champions because they were hiding behind a wall, which irritated me. Later on, I did figure out that you have to deal with a Unstoppable Champion on the topper platform. This area here isn't the best, so I will do it many times very soon. You'll see I will pull back because the Barrier Champion will try to use his Arc Blast and the Splash attack. So this spot is probably better to deal with Unstoppable. There is an invisible wall at the edge, so just be very careful when using the rocket up front. But yeah, you can actually just do DPS on Unstoppable Champion. This is probably safer than the one I was trying to use. Just remember that the boss, the Unstoppable Champion, can hide during this area. And this is just me trying to make the boss move. It didn't work, unfortunately. So I was trying to see if I can get the corrupted sniper. And my gosh, this guy is hiding too. And then this is me trying to use Wish Ender. And then trying to use the scout. Do you see what I mean with these invisible walls on these pipes? I wasn't joking or over exaggerating. It was just quite annoying. Extremely annoying. I'm trying to shoot these mines and it wasn't letting me. I had to be a little bit closer just to take it down. Alright, sniper, are you going to hide? Or are you going to face one-on-one on me? But you see here, proof here that there is invisible walls, so you have to be extremely careful. And now we get to deal with the Barrier Champion. Finally. My goodness. But yes, I'm sure there is better ways to deal with the champions during this area, so bear with me. This is my first attempt of dealing with these champions. I thought maybe there'll be one champion, but there's two, so that was a bit surprising. So the Barrier Champion is staggered. I was trying to see if I could debuff it, but I wasn't far away enough, so he ballerina to the right and heal himself. I was trying to do DPS. This Barrier Champion was stressing me out a bit. And of course, he would ballerina his way to the right side. Oh yes, let us show off the poor Guardians right now watching this, of seeing this Barrier Champion doing ballerina twirls. Go ahead, I dare you, Barrier Champion. Go ahead, show off your ballerina twirls. I dare you. Alright, I guess he didn't want to do it, but he usually does. I swear to the bungee, he would do it all day. Alright, so once we took down the Barrier Champion, and I do recommend just use your super if you have it. It's not worth of saving it, because you'll get your super back when you do start the boss fight. So we are gonna start the boss fight. I actually used my super a little too early, so my bad for that. I thought maybe he will spawn more quicker, but I had no idea. So I will go to the cheese spot. I'm gonna hug this wall and then go on top of these rails or these tubes. I was trying to jump, but this invisible wall wasn't letting me jump. So this is my first time at the mini cheese spot. I barely even tried it on my test runs. So there's gonna be platforms where you can go. There's 3. There's one plate in the back where I am. There's one in the middle. And then there's the at front plate. So you can play around and jump to each of the platforms depending on where the boss is. I was trying to see if I could do DPS at the boss at the first plate, not the second or third one. And I was trying to debate of taking down of these stalkers, but I noticed they're not going to hurt you unless you're really close to the edge, like out of the edge. If your character's out of the edge, then they will hurt you. Or if the boss sees you and you're close to the edge, then it will hurt you. Now the good news is that the boss doesn't one-shot you. I did put double void resilience. I have not tested out just one void resilience on Hunter. That I have no idea if it does make a difference or not. But during this phase, the boss is kinda stubborn. During the last phase, he usually just moves around from the right side and then sometimes from the left. During the first phase, he likes to hang around the middle and then sometimes move from the right side. And then there's also some tests from my master run where he just likes to stay in the middle and then just hang around the left side. Now this area I'm not a big fan of. I like the first plate where I'm standing, but the problem is there's just this invisible wall. I'm not sure it's because of bows, because it looks like the rocket is doing okay, but you can see that the boss is gonna be extremely tanky and it's gonna take a while. But the good news is that the power of time skip are gonna make my life easier and your life easier. So just be aware of where the boss is standing, and if you do feel uncomfortable with these raiders or stalkers keep spamming void at you, then you could just use your wish ender to take them down if they are bothering you. If not and you don't care, which I'm sure 90% of people don't care, then you can just ignore them and then just focus at the boss DPS. Just remember that the boss will move around depending on the DPS it has. So if the boss is not here, then I just move to a different plate. I was just trying to see where the boss is. He is sometimes hard to see where he is. And he could be a bit stubborn. Like right now, he's a little bit from the right side. And because of that, I should be going to the middle plate or the second plate. So I am going to do a mini time skip. So I'll be going to the second plate, well, the front plate, the third plate, because the boss was moving. So now he is at the right side or the left side since of where my guardian's standing. So like I said, sometimes the boss likes to behave very weird during the first phase. Sometimes he just stays in the middle and then goes to the right or the left. He is extremely stubborn, but you could just use your bow and then back away, use your bow, back away. You could also use your machine gun or your rocket, or better yet, a linear fusion. This is probably the perfect time. If I had a linear fusion rifle, I would just spam that a lot. But unfortunately, I don't have a linear. I'm just using a rocket. And you can see that the boss is extremely tanky, so I'm going to do a mini time skip here. The boss is still at the right side or the left side. So during this phase, he is just very unpredictable sometimes. And I was just too worried about the stalkers of throwing the void grenades. And the reason why is because I am still terrified and dramatized from how Lair GM solo. You know, the mini scripts, the void nades that kill you less than a second. That's why I was backing away and playing extremely passive. So now the second phase. Or the battery phase, or the orb phase. Where do I even begin? First of all, there'll be 2 unstoppable champions. And they are Scorn. And they can be a pain. So during this phase, I didn't know how to bait them. So I will tell you the best way is probably standing on the middle plate and then trying to bait them from the right side. I tried going to the first plate to bait them, but it didn't work out. I'll just show you an example of what I'm talking about of what not to do. This is of what not to do. I went to the first plate and I thought maybe I'll just deal with unstoppable champions at this spot. This is probably the worst mistake I ever done. Well, so far. I thought maybe I can deal with unstoppable champions at the first plate, but it doesn't really work. The invisible wall is just too complicated. And it was just it was just a bit frustrating dealing with the Scorn champions because you can see an invisible wall. It's messing up my DPS, trying to blind them. It just wasn't working. So I just don't recommend dealing with unstoppable champions at the first plate. I would just go to the second plate and then bait them from the right side. Just use your bow at the right side. But you can see here, not safe. So don't go to this spot when you see unstoppable champions spawning. I mean, I try to, you can see here, I'm trying to stagger them and then it messed up my super. Proof here. Please don't go to this spot. This wasted a lot of my time. But if I redid this run, I probably would have made this run much faster. So I'm going to do a mini time skip of where to go. So I decided to go on the second plate, and this is what you need to do to deal with unstoppable champions. So first things first, I was just trying to see if I can lower their health. That's why I was doing some DPS with these mini bosses that have the battery charge, because I want to use my finisher and then just have an easier time dunking the 3 orbs. So now I'm just using my scout rifle. I want to bait these Scorn champions to move from the right side, or you can use your bow. Recommend just using scouts, way more easier. Basically, you need to bait them, make them move from the right side, and then once you do that, you just use your machine gun, your linear, pretty much anything you want, or your super. This method is probably way more easier than going to the first play with that horrendous invisible wall. Just be extremely cautious with the boss because he can still snipe you. You can see here he's trying to snipe me right now. But just proof here, always just go to the second plate. Don't even bother yourself going to the first plate or the third plate. Or in other words, go to the middle plate to deal with the champions because it's just not worth it. Don't go to the first plate. My goodness, I just wish I'd known that earlier, and that's just the harsh way of me finding out on my first go for the final boss fight. So after we deal with the unstoppable champions, now we're going to do damage to the mini Scorn mini bosses or the gold bar. And what I usually do is I use my Wish Ender. And you see these gray highlights. These gray highlights you see at the map, besides the boss, forget about the boss. The other ones are gonna drop the battery orb. Now you can do damage to them but not take them down. You want them to have the finisher icon or the yellow dot above them, so you can use your finisher and then just dunk the orb. And you can get 3 very easily. That's basically what I did over here. So I'm going to try to lower the health, and one of them I had a hard time, so I did manage to just forget about him because he was just too far away. So I'm going to do a mini time skip here. I just wasn't able to take down a bit of his health, so I did use a smoke very soon so I can just use my finisher and then just get the orbs. So you need about 5. So once you do get the 5 orbs, then you just go back to your cheese spot and do DPS. So this part's pretty easy, where you just get the orb, and you can also do the dunk cheese orb. I'm not gonna do that. That's way too much. Way too much easiness to do. So I won't do that for this method. I will just try my best to use finisher on the low health of the scorns, and every time you dunk an orb, then there will be stalkers that will spawn. I was waiting for my visibility to run out a bit, and then I grab the orb and then dunk it. Now we're gonna go for the third guy. But yeah, this brings back memories of Hollow Lair a little bit. But I still think Hollow Lair is probably the most stressful Nightfall ever. You can also use your rocket to deal with this mini boss. So right now I use my rocket, and then I'm gonna use my finisher very soon. I'm just trying to see if I can use a rocket, take him down, grab the orb, and blind the other scorn. And then 2 more to go. Isn't this fun? I'm gonna pull back and then just use my rocket. Yeah, looks like he is blind a bit. So waiting for my smoke. I did saw the stalkers were trying to throw a grenade. That's why I moved from the right side. I heard a noise and then I just backed away. If anyone's wondering what happened at that part. It wasn't the mini boss that did it, it was the stalkers. If anyone's curious of what happened there. Always be on a lookout. Even though you're invisible, sometimes the stalkers will just randomly get stressed out, angry, and then just throw void grenades. They always do that on Hollow Lair, so I don't trust them. And that's the first rule. You never trust stalkers or raiders in any GM. I saw the scorn was running away from me. What a bummer. So once again, try it again. And I saw it was next to the full bar boss. I was trying to be cautious because I'm not sure if it can melee you or not. I have not tested out. But we finally got the 5 orbs or battery charges, and I am gonna get the hell out of here. So I'm gonna go up to the cheese spot. Everyone's different. Some people go to the left. I like to go to the right side. I hug the wall. I jump on the tubes or the rails. And then I go to the cheese spot. Now, during the cheese spot, this is when things can be a little complicated. Well, not so much, but during this phase, you can just do as much DPS as you can, so you can make the boss move. you want him to move away from the middle. And he usually likes to move from the right side. But for some reason on this footage, he just was trying to move from the left side, which I wasn't happy about. But usually, second phase, he's usually hanging around the right side. But he will spam these charges where it immunes him and other enemies. So just be super aware that he will spam a lot of that. And if anyone remembers the birthplace of the vial, of the boss spamming is void charge to make himself immune, well, he's gonna do the same thing like birthplace of the vial. And this guy is more annoying than the boss from the strike, because this guy really spams a lot, and I mean a lot. Every 30 seconds he will do it, and it's extremely annoying. Just make sure you use all your rockets, use your super. Just spam everything as much as you can. And just remember, he will just hang around from the right side, and he will rarely go to the left side. Rarely. I mean, if he does, then just move to the right side. And usually you just stand on the middle plate. See, the one thing I don't like about this is that he likes to spam the void charge and immune himself. And then sometimes the void charge is almost the middle or under the second plate where it's hard to shoot, like for example like this. And I'm trying to shoot the tube, but it's so bright, right? And at the same time it's really hard to shoot it because I have to hide and shoot, and it was kind of irritating. You can see a perfect example here. But yeah, isn't this fun? Just spamming Wish Ender. And I ran out of rockets, so there's pretty much nothing I can do. But he just loves spamming the void charges. It's just so fun for him. He's having a lot of fun of trolling me. I mean, he's gonna do it again. Watch, he'll do it again. He's gonna spam his void charge or his elemental ability to immune the ads and himself. Gosh. Isn't this annoying? But yeah, isn't this fun? I'm just gonna hang around here until I get fed up. Alright, I'm gonna do a mini time skip here. So basically, you just stand here, you just do DPS at the right side, and then you just hide and shoot, hide and shoot. Alright, so I'm spamming a lot of Wish Ender, and from what I've seen of his health, it looks like he's going to be moving from the middle. Sometimes he does that, or he just stays from the right, or he stays in the middle, then he just moves to the left side during the phase when he has little health. Because I can't see him and he's just moving, I had to move to a different plate. Once I did figure out where he is, then I just moved from the back side, the first plate. I was hoping that he was going to move from the left side, but he didn't. So unfortunately, things happen, and I had to move somewhere else because I couldn't do anything. So I had to move from the first plate, see how he is. See if I can get him. I don't really like this plate, but it looks like I have no choice. So I did use a rocket. I try my best to use as much rockets as I can. Take him down. And then we can finally just get this Battlegrounds done and over it. And then I can say, woo! So we finally defeated the boss, and we got platinum. Yay! Thank you so much for watching, and I will see you guys next time. Bye. Hello everyone, today I'll be doing a solo Grandmaster run Scarlet Keep with Warlock. For my subclass, I'll be using the Strand Warlock. Here are the mods and fragments I'll be using this video. For my kinetic, I'll be using the Wish Ender. Next, I'll be using a arc scout rifle with shoot to loot, and for the heavy will be Taipon. This week, I'll be using Wish Ender. Wish Ender, the pink version. There we go, I fixed it. So for the subclass, I'll be using the Warlock Strand. We're gonna weave walk our way to skip the Arc Knights and completely ignore them because, let's be honest, we are all tired and fed up of dealing with the introduction of dealing Arc Knights, Acolytes. It's a pain. So I definitely wanted to just weave walk my way to the next area. This one you can take your time to kill or to take down the Acolytes. I had a time limit, by the way. I had to get this run under an hour before work, so that's why I was kind of rushing through a bit, not really being extremely passive. During the final boss fight I did become a little bit passive with my run because the Unstoppable Champions was extremely not happy when I was using my Strand Warlock. So there will be a barrier champion, the twirling ballerina champion, since we're not really close. Let's see, is he gonna do the twirl? Well, he did a little bit. But make sure you use your Wish Ender, or you can use Obelisk, anything you want if you hate Wish Ender, but the pink version, you know. We got this Acolyte trying to go for Trials mode from PvP, even though I'm not a PvP main, but it kind of looked like it a little bit. Then there'll be another Acolyte that's trying to be a little bit of PvP mode, and then it starts shooting while running away from the left side. Then we got a Wizard trying to be a Bungee at the moment, and it's just floating away from the right side. So I did decide to pop the Helium Rift with the cute, adorable little... I forgot what their name, but I'm just going to call them minions. The cute little minions when you do pop a well, which they contract and do a lot of damage. I do want to let you guys know that the arc, especially for this season, I mean last season or old seasons ago, the arc damage wasn't that bad, but for this season it looks like the Wizard's arc is extremely dangerous. So be aware, and definitely just put double arc of the resilience if you can. And if you want to, it's your choice if you want to go for Void Resilience or Solar. But there is going to be a bigger champion that'll be twirling around. I am using a linear fusion rifle, and the reason why I say highly recommend to use a linear fusion, or basically Taipon, is because, well, it's very easy to get. Everyone pretty much has a 90+%. And you can get triple tap, frenzy, you can get all those goody perks for the linear fusion. And it's void search for this week because I didn't really notice, but there is a rotation weekly with the Strand. Well, depending of the Nightfall, it could be Strand or Arc with Solar and Void. It is weird because when I was doing a test run before reset, it was Strand Surge and Solar Surge. And for this week, it is Strand and Void Surge for Scarlet Keep. I did decide to use my super because the wizards are extremely painful. You can also use a solar scout if they are giving you trouble. I did decide to use a arc scout because it had shoot to loot, and I just want to take advantage of picking up ammo. That's basically the main reason why I used it. It wasn't because to look fancy or because the gun or the weapon looks extremely pretty and I just want to be fashionable. No, that's not the reason. Maybe on the other side, yes, but no, that is not the reason. Because it has shoot to loot and we need it for unstoppable champions. And that's basically why I'm using this weapon. But I could use a solar scout, and a big maybe I would have used it if it was solar surge for this week. Just to deal with the wizards. If you don't really care, or if you're not having issues with the arc captains or the arc knights, I usually just call them arc knights, but other players will call them arc captains. Depending of your playstyle and depending how you feel. So I'm not going to force players to use a arc weapon, which is pretty weak, but it has shoot to loot. An explosive payload, I mean, it's pretty good. Decent. Good enough, and it's handy. Especially if you're on Warlock or Titan. And if you're not on Hunter, Invis, you can't turn invisible to pick up heavy. But you can use shoot to loot. I did try to use their weave walk to pick up heavy. They nerfed it, which I didn't know, by the way. Because when I was using this subclass a month ago, I was completely new. And the pretty funny moment is I actually didn't know how to turn off the weave walk or when you use it, right? I can't turn it off, which was my bad. So you basically just have to press circle again, if I'm mistaken. If I am wrong, I apologize. I do not have my controller, my PS5 controller next to me, because sometimes I get confused with the Xbox. Oh, right. During this part, there is a wizard up ahead. I do forgot to mention is when you use your weave walk ability, you also gain of your little minions. And it's really fun to just spam it, especially dealing with the enemies. It's so fun, especially on Warlock. I mean, if you haven't used it, highly recommend to try it out. It's so fun. And you can also get the tangles depending what fragments you have. Depending on the fragments you have, you can definitely do that. During this part, I was just impatient. You don't have to do this method. I was letting go of the void charge, or I like to call it the void orb or orb. But the problem is it has a time limit. It can disappear if you don't pick it up. For me, I just don't have the patience too much, so I just don't want to go back to pick it up, and I just consistently pick up the orb, wish Ender away, or pick up the orb, linear, and then pick up the orb. That's basically what I did over here, and then there was still a lot of ads from the left, right, and don't forget the curse thralls. So I was just double checking before I go and just make my way. Also, there is a time limit. You can see it at the bottom left. I only had around 30 seconds as well, which is such a drag, you know. I'm trying to remember back in the day if it was just the orb time limit. Did it came with a timer? I don't remember. This is the bridge where everyone's best friends has to deal with Unstoppable Champion. Unstoppable Champion will spawn middle. I did try to use my super at Unstoppable Champion, but my super was not cooperating with me. It decided to clear the ads instead of the Unstoppable Champion. The knights can one-shot you sometimes depending of your recovery, so be aware of that. Cursed thralls as well can sometimes sneak up behind you, so just be extremely careful, and then you could just spam your linear fusion rifle. Just spam away. I mean, look at that, 40k and still going more damage. Then you can make your way dealing with the acolytes. So I was just double checking there was some ammo. So once I figure out there's nothing left for me to pick up, then we gotta deal with the acolytes. So I like to call them the fire dudes. They love to hide, by the way, but make sure you're not too close to them, because when you do take them down because of the modifier, they'll have like this fire around them which could damage you. But the good news, there's no solar surge, so they're not going to heavily do a lot of damage to your guardian. I would say probably decent, but not as bad as Arc. I think Arc will probably be the most dangerous since it is Arc threat for this Nightfall. I decided to push and then just weave walk. I want to get the threatenings or the minions to do all the dirty work for my Warlock. And gosh, I really don't like these wizards. They just love to float away. See, when you break the shield, they try to hide behind cover. And if you don't take them down enough, then they start to float all the way back, and then makes it much harder to take them down. I really hate that. They always have done this ever since Scarlet Keep was released. Just make sure you take down the wizards. They are extremely dangerous. I really hate them. They're just dancing left, right, floating from the right. And then once we take them down, and there's one more left, she still has her shield. And yeah, this is really ridiculous. The wizard wasn't cooperating, so I had to bait the wizard to use his arc blast or mini Kai blast. You know, just like Dragon Ball Z when they're just spamming their Kai non-stop, even though it's not going to do any damage to the boss or to Cell or to Boo, for example. That's basically what the wizard is doing to us. You must take down the barrier champion as quickly as possible. Use your super, pray for the super to focus on the barrier champion. If it doesn't, pull back. Try to use your wish ender, dodge the Kai blast, and then just break the shield with wish ender, and then just use linear. I was double checking if there is any acolytes from the left and right. Reason why is because when I do try to take down the Shrieker, right, I don't want them to throw fire at me when I'm at this spot. That's why I want to double check before I pursue and deal with the gold Shrieker. For some reason, the Shrieker halfway was behaving. Usually, she doesn't do that, or he, or it doesn't do that. But for some reason in this footage, it didn't start to attack until later on. Now I'm going to weave walk my way. Gosh, it's just so fun to weave walk and then just ignore the wizards. I mean, look at this. This is completely broken. Look how fun this is. See, if you guys never been on Hunter and you want to have a field of being a hunter, even though you don't like hunters or you've never been one, well, highly recommend this just to try to weave walk strand. Warlock subclass. You could also take down the barrier champion quickly because the barrier champion will walk all the way from the right side from the back. There will be acolytes from up ahead, but then there'll be a mini boss with 3 of them once you spawn or capture the 3 plates. See, the problem for this section is the arc from the wizards, which they could do a lot of damage. With the arc threat modifier for this week or for this Nightfall, you could pull back and you can also gather the minions for your Warlock as well, and you could deal with the wizard. Another option you can do is you can use your super and then we walk back to the safe area. For me, I was having trouble with the wizard hiding and moving around. Normally, I usually just use my super to deal with the wizard for this part, but because I didn't have my super and I don't have the patience, I had to go for plan B, which I don't really like because the wizard really loves to hide like this. You can see, for example. And of course the minions did help me out because now they're following the wizard and doing massive damage. I mean, wow, look at that. Wow. The minions are really doing a lot of damage. Just be aware that there will be a lot of these acolytes, and then you will have to deal with the thralls when you do capture the plate. Then this is when you will have to deal with more champions. Unless you don't care about platinum, which I know a lot of you don't care. You could just go on Hunter and then just go invisible, capture the 3 plates, and then just be on your way. That's just a alternate option you can do, or another option you can do if you don't care about champions, which I don't blame you, to be honest. I mean, they added so many champions for this Nightfall. I know the strike is very old, but the one thing I don't like about this strike is they added way too many champions. There will be a champion that will spawn. See, the problem over here during this part is to deal with the thralls. I do want to take down the barrier champion, use my super, but the problem is these thralls will be messing up your DPS, and you know how console is, the flinch, the console aim assist, auto aiming. It's a pain. I just cannot tell you how difficult it is to deal with a barrier champion. And then you have these thralls harassing you. Like this, for example. Aim assist. Aim assist. Aim assist. Hopefully nothing bad will happen when I do deal with this bigger champion. And then we got more thralls. They just keep going. See what I mean? It's really difficult to multitask when you have auto aiming. I wish I could turn it off, but I can't. I don't think there's an option on PS5. I mean, if there is, let me know, but I did look. There's nothing at all. Now to deal with another wizard. You can also use your melee if you do have some extra melee. That way you can do some consistent damage at the wizard, and then she or it can move around. It'll be easier to take down. I decided to actually just go to the opposite direction to deal with the final mini wizard boss. Well, the reason is I don't really have my super, and I might as well just save it for the champions. You'll notice that the wizard likes to hide. It's mostly similar, or I would say it's similar towards this Grace Nightfall, where the wizard likes to hide and move around when the shield is broken. Basically the same thing with this wizard. Once we deal with the wizard from the opposite direction, we can go capture this plate, but just be aware that acolytes will spawn from the left and the right door. You can see the door from the left and the door from the right. Not only that, there will be another barrier champion that will appear, and just be aware of the twirling dances or the ballerina twirls that it will do while you're doing DPS with a linear, with a pink version wish ender, or if you don't like the pink version, you can use the boring version, you know, for guys, I guess. But joke aside, yes, just spam wish ender. Yep. Once you capture the plate, now it'll be much easier to capture the last one because you'll have more open room to deal with the last champion. That's another problem. If you do have 3 people on your fire team, each of them can deal with the champion, but you will really have to trust your fire team to do that because sometimes one of your teammates could get killed from the barrier champion, and then you will have to go rescue him, and sometimes it could be a pain, which I do recommend just go together on each plate. Or if you want to speed run, which I know a lot of you like to speed run, then each of your fire team can go to each plate. So now we're gonna deal with the barrier champion. Isn't this just fun? Look at all those minions looking for more champions, but we already took down most of them. Now I'm gonna be doing a mini time skip to the other room. Alright, once we bunny hop with our Warlock, you know, bunny hop. Yes, that one. We bunny hop our way to the mountains. We actually bunny hop our way and made it where we can deal with the barrier champion. This is one thing you can do for the Warlock and of course Titan. You can just run really fast or bunny hop or Titan jump. And if you're really lucky, you can make the barrier champion to not jump from the other platform. As for Hunter, oof. Yeah, honestly, I did try to jump and run as fast as I can on Hunter. It doesn't really work. I mean, I tried it maybe with a sword, but why use a sword when you can use a linear fusion and do so much damage, you know? So we're going to be dealing with the acolytes or the thralls. There will be a barrier champion. I apologize for that. This acolyte scared me. I heard a noise that I didn't take down all the thralls, and then one was just next to me or behind me from the left side. I couldn't really see him, but I heard him. During this part can be a bit dangerous where we have to deal with a barrier champion. I do recommend try your best to deal with this barrier champion before it walks downstairs. This barrier champion has a certain limit, which is why I recommend just use a linear fusion rifle over a rocket. Or you could use a machine gun, but I would recommend just use a linear. I mean, it's void surge, it's fun, you can do a lot of damage. Plus, basically everyone, well, I would say 90% players have this linear. It's not a raid linear weapon, so that's a plus. Just be aware of the acolytes. They can two-shot you, or if both of them shoot you at the same time, then it's a possibility that they can one-shot you. I try my best to do consistent damage to the barrier champion. I did not want him to leave, so I tried to make him move. Try to do as much damage as I can. Because the problem with this type of barrier champion is he'll move, and then when you try to deal with the Shrieker, right, then he's going to move back to the hill, bridge, and then use arc, and then you're pretty much going back to orbit. During this part, I decided to use my super. And now, the best part is I'm just going to weave walk my way. Isn't this just so fun? I mean, wow. Warlocks just have a power, or the power for the strand subclass. And let's not forget the Titan. Let's not forget the new fragment as well. They also had the power as well. And for the Hunter, well, I'll be honest with you, I have not really messed around with the Strand Hunter this season. Only the Titan Warlock. Well, the reason was I was just having too much fun with the Titan and Warlock, but maybe I will try it out next time. Maybe. If not, well, probably next season, maybe. So let me introduce you the slowest elevator in the entire Destiny franchise. We're just going so slow. So slow. I really hate this, so I really wish I can time skip this, but I can't because there's a certain way of hiding and to not get hit by the acolytes. I'm actually quite shocked. I remember back in the day it was all snipers. I could be mistaken. But yeah, slowest elevator you have ever seen in your life. I really hate this elevator. It just gives so much anxiety. Especially if it's your first time doing your solo. This elevator will give you a lot of anxiety. It will make you nervous. And it has done it to me years ago, many years ago, so I cannot remember at the moment how long is that. The reason why I re-walk is I wanted to gather the minions, 5 of them. And they're basically going to do all the dirty work. They're going to do damage from far distance when I'm trying to do some damage with the Wish Ender. And also, I want to make sure I do enough damage so I can just switch to my linear once it's staggered. And then just make my way to the other side. And yes, proven there that barrier champions are known to be called twirling champions or ballerina twirl barrier champions. Once we take down the barrier champion from the left side, we're going to go to the right side and bait the barrier champion to come out because there is a wizard from the middle. And we don't want to deal with her yet. Just be aware that if there are acolytes, they can throw fire at you. So be super aware, and if it happens, you have to pull back and then just go for the Wish Ender. So 2 acolytes seem to be behind the wall. Okay, 3. I think I saw 3. And just make sure you use your Wish Ender, and if you see heavy, use the scout rifle to get the heavy brick back. Now to deal with the wizard. Oh boy, this is gonna be fun. I really don't like these wizards because of the arc threat. They're doing so much damage. It's pretty ridiculous. You know, good thing I have my healing thrift. You know, can't do that on a hunter, right? Unless I use Warm Husk, but let's be honest, nobody likes Warm Husk. Okay, I don't like Warm Husk. I know other players like Warm Husk, but I hate it. I get the worst luck on Warm Husk. It never gives me health. It gives me itty bitty. Like, here you go, Blitz, itty bitty health. Not worth it. So next, we're gonna go to the slowest elevator ever. Extremely slow. I mean, look at this. It's just so slow. Oh my goodness. I wish I could speed it up. And you know what? I'm gonna do that right now. Speeding up. Isn't it just fun? Just speeding up the elevator. I just wish this elevator could do this. My gosh. You know, I'm just using chaos control right now. Do 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 do. Once we go to the second elevator, use your super to deal with the barrier champion or the unstoppable champion. My bad. The reason why I weave walk is to get more threatenings or minions. I don't want the unstoppable champion to get aggressive because it's a possibility that I will have to go merry-go death with the unstoppable champion. And you guys saw how it was on Festering Core. If anyone remembers Festering Core, I was going merry-go death. No one remembers. I mean, it was pretty horrific. Okay, what about Strange Terrain? Remember I did the merry-go death with the unstoppable champion going around in circles? Okay, no one remembers, but if for the people who do remember, yes, I don't want to deal with that for Scarlet Keep, alright? That is Plan C and it's extremely dangerous. I really don't want to do that. There will be 2 wizards, 2 mini bosses from left and right, so you must be super careful and you must be extremely cautious when dealing with the wizards. Modifier is arc threat, 50% more damage. Even with 2 arc with resilience, you can still be heavily damaged and you just have to be super careful. You can use your melee at the wizards, so it will do some damage. You can see here starting to do some damage. It just makes it easier to deal with the wizards so they can move around and not just stay in one place behind a wall, right? Now we're gonna go to the opposite direction. I'm trying to go there, but for some reason I just went to the poison little bubble that the wizard left off. Now there will be another acolyte. If not, now to deal with the wizard. Wow, isn't this gonna be fun? See what I mean? It likes to hide. Really, extremely hate this wizard. It just loves to hide. My goodness. It just gets better and better, right? Alright, wizard. We already know how powerful you are with your cheap archive blasts. We just want to get this done. And now back to the slowest elevator I have ever seen in any game franchise I have ever seen, right? I think this is probably the slowest elevator ever. And I'm very serious. We're gonna break the crystal and then we're just gonna hug this wall from the right side. Because there's no doors open at the opposite wall behind me, then this is gonna be the perfect place to go in the elevator. I mean, look at this. It's so slow. Oh my goodness. Gosh. I just really love this elevator. I wish it was faster. I really was hoping they could make this elevator go up much faster, but I don't think it's ever gonna happen. It just gave me anxiety. Yep, this is really fun. Just love going to the slowest elevator ever. So slow. I'm gonna be doing a time skip. I'm gonna wait for my super to deal with the wizards. Now, the reason why I waited for my super is these guys are extremely unpredictable. I really hate them. I don't know if anyone has seen my old videos, but when I do keep both of them alive, one of them can sneak up behind you. No joke or over exaggerating. That is why I use my super. We're gonna go to the mini cheese spot. I wouldn't say it's a cheese spot. I would say it's a safe zone. Because you can still get killed at this spot if you're not careful. And since we're on Warlock, we don't have that sweet double jump that Titans, well, Hunters have. We don't want to float away to death. So make sure you hug the wall a bit. And don't pull back too much. You can see what I mean of this spot is not the safest, but it is good enough. You can also hug to the corner if you do need to recover. Just be aware that the arc captains can sometimes try to one-shot you. You can also push them, but I haven't tried out with the weave walk if it is a possibility of me pushing them. I think you can, but I have not had time to try it out. And I was on a time limit when I was doing this run because I had to work, and yeah, I wasn't really thinking about those things of me pushing them to the edge. I mean, you could try it out and let me know if it works, if you can weave walk them to the death pit. I mean, wouldn't that be hilarious? Also, another thing is to cancel it, just press your ability again, well, dodge again, or circle. So that's one thing you have to be super careful. Just try not to pull back too much because you might fall down to this spot. Now there is acolytes right here and arc knights. You can see that the arc captain tried to one-shot me, well, two-shot me. And with just one attack, it made my guardian go to red. So just be super careful when dealing with the arc captains or the arc knights. They like to do twirly ballerina twirls, but if you do debuff them with the artifact mod, they won't do that. They'll just walk away slowly. I decided to use my super, and maybe it was a bad idea to use it, not thinking about it and seeing it. I should have saved my super for the next phase, but nobody's perfect. So if you do have a super, just focus using your linear. I should have just waited for my super for this part. You can see over here, this wizard. I should have used my super over here. But like I said, nobody's perfect. And because things wasn't going as planned, I had to spam my linear. And yes, auto aim assist. Auto aim assist. Thank you PS5 for giving me console aim assist, where PC doesn't have this problem. Thank you so much. I wasted probably 5 ammo of my life, 5 heavy ammo of my life, because I was desperately trying to take down the wizard. And you have to make sure you take at least one of them down, because they can get extremely aggressive and one of them can float to your cheese spot or your safe spot. I wouldn't say it's a cheese spot so much, but the old cheese spot where you go behind the door gates is gone. They patched it, which is not a big deal for me, to be honest. I mean, people have complained of me using cheeses. Because that cheese is patched doesn't mean I can't do the solo Nightfall. I just go for the old method, and the method I'm doing is extremely old. Everyone has been using it, especially when GMs were extremely difficult back in the day, when just using Ariana's Vow, if anyone remembers that. Everyone was using that mini safe spot, alright? And now the wizard. Isn't this gonna be fun? So I'm gonna do as much damage as I can and then go back to the safe spot. Just be super careful and the boss won't hurt you. So I'm gonna do a time skip here. Make sure you take down the wizard and then go back to the safe spot. Once we take down the wizard, you can pull back to the cheese spot or the mini safe spot, or you can weave walk your way and then just press the circle button or the ability button again, and then you could just do precision shots with the boss with Wish Ender, but the pink version. I would highly recommend to save your heavy. If your heavy is low, like mine, use Wish Ender, but the pink version. Okay, joke aside, just use Wish Ender because you want to save your heavy dealing with unstoppable champions. Now, something bad happened during the unstoppable champion phase, which I'm sure a lot of you have seen the footage, and it was quite a lot of anxiety there. So what happened is my super did not do any DPS at the champion that I was trying to get. And because of that, things wasn't working out. And it was horrible. I mean, it was at the second phase, by the way. So when we do enough damage to the wizard up ahead to the final boss, then what's gonna happen is we're gonna deal with 2 unstoppable champions. They're gonna be the last champions, which is why I do recommend to go to the safe spot. The problem is that there's cursed thralls, and then you're gonna be juggling left and right, dealing with unstoppable champions. Well, both of them. For me, it's just not worth my time, so that's why I prefer to go to the safe spot when dealing with the unstoppable champions. I'm just giving a heads up of what's gonna happen for the next phase. Now, if the wizard is not cooperating with you, you have to go to the opposite direction, which is pretty much what I did. Later on, I did figure out I had to go over here. So now the boss will go for the other side, and I moved. This boss is extremely stubborn. My goodness. Like, I'm trying my best not to use my heavy so much. Later on, right, I didn't really look, but I had enough heavy, but I didn't really look so much until it was a little bit late. So if you do have heavy, just use it. So now this is gonna be probably the most interesting part. We're gonna be pulling back to the safe zone, and we're gonna deal with 2 unstoppable champions. So remember when I said my super didn't work out? Yeah, I kind of messed up my super. And I should have waited for the unstoppable champion to get a little bit closer. So my bad for that. Nobody's perfect. And because of that mistake, I made the 2 unstoppable champions aggressive, and pretty much they are gonna try their best to send me back to orbit. I already know this is gonna be a tough fight. So what you can do over here is, if the unstoppable champions are too close to you, you can pull back and then crouch, and then the unstoppable champions will pull back. Or if you're having anxiety that they're just way too close to you and you completely forgot to go to the corner and crouch, you can weave walk, and then you could just crouch in the back and then weave walk again. Well, take out the weave walk ability. So once I figured that out, then we could do damage to unstoppable. This is plan B. That's why I prefer to use my super to do as much damage to one unstoppable, so the second one can be easier. Just be super careful with the void blast, and then you just spam your linear and then make your way. Now the reason why I didn't use my finisher is there are cursed thralls still walking around like a psychopath, and I didn't want to use my finisher, because if I use my finisher, they're going to one-shot me. Now, if I was on Hunter using Invis finisher, or if I was on a void subclass and I was using a finisher with Invis, then maybe I would have used my finisher on my Warlock or my Titan. But it was just too risky, because these cursed thralls can sneak up on you. And I just don't think it was worth it. Because what if I use my finisher and then there's 2 cursed thralls and then I get one shot? That's it. And I'd start all over again. I waste 40 minutes of my life. That is just things you have to be aware when dealing with 2 unstoppable champions during this phase. Then the third phase can be really easy, where you can do as much damage as you can when it's half health and then use your super. But because I didn't have my super for this part, I actually had to go for the board way, where you had to clear all the Arc Knights or Arc Captains and then deal with the boss. So what you do over here is you just use your Wish Ender and then just spam it. Take down the acolytes, and then just save your linear dealing with the boss. Once you deal with the knights, then you can make your way dealing with the wizard. So now I'm going to be using all of my linear as much as I can. And then we'll be taking on the wizard. And then we'll get platinum. Thank you so much for watching. And I'll see you guys next time. Bye. Hello everyone, today I'll be doing a solo Grandmaster GM Battleground with Hunter. For my subclass, I'll be using Night Stalker. For my kinetic, I'll be using the pink version Wish Ender. Next I'll be using the Arc Sky Rifle with the Shoot to Loot. Next I'll be using Taipon Linear Fusion Rifle. This week, I decided to go for Hunter, Night Stalker, and yes, of course, Wish Ender. I'm going to skip all these ads and then just make my way to the next section. This is going to be the Battlegrounds, but the Europa version. Woo! Or boo. You know, no one really likes Battlegrounds, but because Battlegrounds is a GM, and I'm going to run away from this Arc Knight. I already know it's going to one-shot me. We're going to deal with a lot of barrier champions. A lot of ballerina twirly champions. It's going to be so fun for you guys, but not for me. This is going to be a nightmare. So before we do anything, I like to take down this barrier champion as fast as I can. Why? Because he shoots solar. 2, I don't like him, and he always gets in the way. And then fighting the console aim assist, just pray for the Bungie and the Cade and the Traveler that he will cooperate with you. If not, then you will have to go and then just make your way from the left side. You can go on top of these little ledges or these mini platforms where you can deal with the dregs, the champions. And you can also throw your suppressing grenade or vortex grenades. Anything you want. You want to make sure you take down all these fallen mini bars or gold bars. The most dangerous is the mini gold bar fallen captains. They're probably the most annoying to deal with because they teleport left and right like a Pikachu. Yes, I'm going to make a reference for that, even though I'm not a fan of Pokemon too much. Then we got these Shank Snipers, which you need to take down. They can snipe you. There's going to be a couple of snipers as well. And let's not forget the Vandals that love to throw arc grenades. Like this, for example. Another reason why I am using a Sky Rifle, which I forgot to mention, with Shoot to Loot, is to grab as much heavy ammo as I can so I don't have to waste, or so I don't have to walk around and just pick up ammo. But yeah, this is going to be really fun. I mean, look at all these gold bar snipers. And then the worst part about this room is you have to clear all the ads. So even though you take down the champions, it doesn't really matter. You have to clear everything. You can also jump and just stay at the left side area, which I will show very soon if you want to clear the ads more faster. For me in this run, I was just playing very passive. And during this run, I had COVID. I was still recovering from COVID. So this footage is not going to be the cleanest. It will be very decent. But yeah, look at this. Watch him do the twirly. Go ahead, I dare you. Did you see that? He did this dance move. I dare you, Beard Champion. I just hate when they do that. It's such a Bungie, you know? So Bungie. Once we clear as much ads as we can, if you are low on heavy, you can pick up the heavy bricks if you want to. It is up to you. But yeah, this is really fun. I mean, look at all these ads. Gosh, this is gonna be exciting. You can also use a machine gun, by the way. And if anyone remembers a month ago where there was a glitch with the craft weapons where you can have infinite amounts of machine gun ammo, or pretty much anything. And not only that, well, it's basically stronger than Wish Ender, and you can clear all the ads, this glitch. I actually didn't have time to use it because, you know, COVID and stuff, but yeah, it was crazy. Everyone was having fun. But yeah, isn't this fantastic? Gosh, these guys are extremely tanky. You will have to move or push forward to bait these ads, to bait these vandals. But as I said before, I was playing passive for this run, and I wasn't 100% recovered from COVID, so bear with me for this footage. I wasn't playing at my best, and it was nearly impossible because after I got this run done, my fever was actually 102 or probably 3. So there was a lot of sacrifices for this video. So yeah, that's pretty much all I can say for that. But now we're gonna have Barrier Champion. Oh gosh, this adorable baby servitor. Also, spam your super as much as you can. If you do see a Barrier Champion or any champion, just spam it, because this is the room where you actually need to clear all the ads as fast as you can. If you can. If not, it doesn't really matter too much. You can play as passive as much as you can. Just be aware of all these snipers. And let's not forget the baby servitors. Yes, there's actually baby servitors. Well, mini servitors. I mean, look at this. Isn't he just so cute? But he's so tanky. I mean, look at this guy. I'm doing 35k precision shots with a linear, and it's still not really doing enough damage. I mean, wow, this is really fun. And then let's not forget the sniper shanks. Be careful with them because they can two-shot you if you're not careful, which is why I recommend to have double arc resilience. But yes, just make sure you clear all the ads and you can stand here to bait them. I didn't do it so much for this footage, not a lot. But as I said before, I wasn't at my best for this run. I wasn't feeling well. And then halfway at the video, I think I accidentally turned on my mic, and then you'll see like a mic icon, and it was literally me coughing and coughing while doing this solo run. So yeah, it's not looking good for me, but hey, I got platinum. That's the good news. And we got the run done. Because these ads are being such a bungee, I decided to collect some heavy and then deal with these ads. Gosh, this just gets better and better. Once you do clear amount of ads, then there'll be more champions. Sadly. And not only that, it gets better. We also get this tanky mini boss, which I will do it many times, skip up the DPS damage. I did pull back. I don't trust them. But yeah, they are extremely tanky, and I backed away because I heard the explosive shanks. So I didn't trust myself because my awareness was not good for this run, so I had to pull back and see what's going on. And there was just more ads that were spawning, and I had to make sure I be extremely careful. There's also these invisible fallens that can two-shot you, but one-shot you if you are half health. So just be aware of the fallen captains. They're the ones that are going to give you a hard time. I really despise them because they teleport, they run away, then they come back. You can see here, for example. And then we got these shanks from far distance, and they have this solar shield. You can also use your super. I really try my best to get rid of them because they shoot this void which can hurt your poor guardian. But yeah, you just take your time. You don't have to rush. I mean, there's really no rush for this. It's just almost infinite amount of ads that you have to take down to get it done, basically. It is such a drag. I wish I could just take down the champions and then skip all these ads. It would make this run much more faster, but it's never gonna happen. So we have to spam Wish Ender. Yes, the pink version. And then just make sure I don't get sent back to orbit from these arc grenades. You can also shoot the arc grenades with your scout rifle to cancel its attack. I don't think I actually shot the grenades for this footage, but I did in the past. I probably did on other videos, but not for this run. But yeah, if you stay in here, you can bait the ads to push. And if you're on Warlock, you can just spam your healing thrift, you can spam your machine gun, you can spam your Void Walker, grenade build, with Controverse Hold. I mean, there's a lot of things you can do with different types of subclasses. But yeah, let me introduce you the most tankiest boss. So there is a couple of snipers that were in the way. Just make sure you take them down before taking down the mini boss. There should be a champion around here. From what I remember, there is one more that is hiding. But just be super cautious with the snipers. They're really hard to see. Just be extremely patient and take them down if you do see them. I try to take down the snipers first before dealing with the mini boss. But yeah, you can see he's extremely tanky. And if you want to, you can just clear all the ads and then deal with the mini boss. Even if you kill the boss first, you still have to clear all the ads, which is such a bummer. Because I thought on my other run that if I take down the boss, you can despawn all the ads. Well, I was wrong, by the way, so it doesn't really work. Which is sad because it would make life much easier. And wow, this fallen guy is just not happy. They don't like hunters. Great. Now we got a barrier twirly ballerina champion hiding. He just won't be aggressive. Be aggressive. Show off your dance moves. Gosh. It did it on the Warlock run, not on my Hunter. There we go. There's a twirly I know so much about. There's a twirly ballerina moves. Take down a barrier champion. Its solar attack is extremely dangerous. Highly recommend get rid of it as soon as possible. We got gold bar fallen captains. Make sure you debuff them with the artifact mod. And now the beauty of time skip. I'm gonna do as much DPS as I can to deal with this mini boss, so I'm gonna do a mini time skip. Once I take down this mini boss, he was just so tanky. I actually had to use a lot of my heavy for this run. Now we get to deal 2 more ads, but you can see here, even though I took down the mini boss, it didn't despawn the ads. I really wish they could have despawned the ads when I take down the mini boss. I really hate it and despise it with all of my Bungie. But we finally was able to clear this room from what I see. I mean, it's not really a strike. Battlegrounds is not really a strike. I'm not really sure what to say, so we clear down this room and now we're just going to proceed to the other room so we can clear more ads. With the power of the invisibility, I'm going to skip all these Arknights and then just make my way to the next section because I don't want to waste time, and of course I don't want to waste your time. So we're going to turn invisible and then just make our way. Just skip all these wizards, all these ads that make no sense. There's no champions here, so you don't really have to worry about clearing all the ads. And you don't have to worry about champions at that part. Now, after we pass the little mini tunnel area, now we have to deal with champions. A lot of ballerina twirls. Not only that, there is an unstoppable champion from the left side. Just be aware of the acolytes. The reason why I didn't really focus on the champions is because these acolytes throw fire at your guardian and they're pretty accurate. So there are times where the acolytes can actually throw fire at where you're standing right now. That's why I highly recommend to take down the acolytes first and then deal with the champions last. Well, after you take them down, if they are close by. But the barrier from the right side, it's always standing at that part. You will always get him. Now, the unstoppable champion can be unpredictable. You can see here that he was being aggressive and now he's just pulling back like a bungee. Like, look at this guy. He's just going so slow, like an elevator from Scarlet Keep. Gosh. And here's the sad part. There's actually 2 more ballerina twirly champions. Now we got unstoppable being aggressive, by the way. And then it stops shooting void. Oh, great. Please make up your mind, unstoppable champion. What do you want from me? Are you gonna shoot void or not? But yeah, just be careful with unstoppable champion when doing DPS. You can also crouch to do DPS. And then the knights, well, the champions, my bad, they won't really shoot too much of their void attack. And then the Arknights, you just have to take cover. You can see here, the unstoppable champion is trying to shoot void at me. And you could just take cover from the right side and then you can save yourself from going back to orbit. But yeah, I really hate this part. Gosh, twirling, dancing moves. Go ahead, I dare you. I dare you to do it again. Do it again, show it off to the guardians. Gosh, I really hate this. And then look, this Arc Captain is doing twirly ballerina dances as well. And I got trapped into the hive trap. Oh gosh, this is extremely dangerous. Because of that, I pulled back a bit. It was a bit scary that I got trapped there. And then we got more of the twirly moves for the Arc Captains. I don't know what's going on over here. I mean, these Arc Captains are copying the barrier champions of the ballerina twirls. I mean, what the bungee is going on in this run, this battleground? I know I make fun of barrier champions on my Scarlet Keep video, but this is kind of ridiculous over here. Why are the Arc Captains doing the same thing? This is just scary. I mean, really, they're acting like champions over here. I mean, look how tanky they are. I mean, look at this. It is pretty ridiculous. No wonder a lot of players did the weapon craft glitch. I don't blame them. I mean, look at this. Look at this, guys. Isn't this ridiculous? Now we finally clear out a bunch of ads, and then the bad thing about this room is even though you take down all the champions, it won't despawn the ads. You have to clear every single detail, Arknight, acolytes, all the ads before you can proceed to the next area. I mean, this is kind of ridiculous, to be honest. But yeah, isn't this just fantastic? This is fun. Oh my gosh. I really love Battlegrounds. I'm just looking for heavy right now. That's why I was just jumping and looking. Now we get to go to the next area. Gosh, this is going to be so fun. I mean, can you imagine more champions? But guess what, guys? More champions. And he did the ballerina twirl. My goodness, how many times? I think maybe 8 times so far. Another one? Are you kidding me? This is ridiculous. I mean, wow. They really are going all at it. They really want to show off the dance move to Guardians. But just be aware of the solar attack. Always attack, always do DPS. Try to take them down as soon as possible. We also got this Arc Knight that is being aggressive. So make sure you take him down. There is also snipers up ahead. I try to be very careful with them because there are times where they almost two-shot me. And I wasn't being careful. And this is when it was my first round because I didn't know there were champions. Well, I didn't know there were snipers. My bad for that. Because guess what? There's more champions. 2 more champions. Yeah, this is really fun. Oh my goodness. I'm having the best day ever. Happiest Guardian in my life. Well, the bad news is we ran out of heavy. So that's not looking good. How am I going to take down the shiny mini boss that's going to activate the Shriekers? And we got another champion. And of course, once again, we're low on heavy. Not looking good so far for me. So that means I had to rely on Wish Ender to do DPS. And yes, this is a nightmare. But basically that's all I can do. I mean, I got no linear fusion rifle. I mean, there's really nothing I could do. And plus, I don't got my super. So, best thing I could do is just Wish Ender away. And now, here's the best part. Yes. We want to take down the shiny Acolyte. And because I don't want to deal with it too much, I'm actually going to not go down. And I really want to take down this mini boss. So this guy over here, he can actually activate the Shrieker. So I'm going to try my best to see if I can take him down. But unfortunately, because I don't have my super, he's going to spawn the Shriekers. Well, he's going to wake them up. Disable my super. Disable my grenade. Disable my smoke melee attack. Yeah, it's not really looking good, right? But the good news is I didn't go down, so I could just stay here and then take down the mini boss. I don't have to worry about anything. I mean, isn't this fun? I mean, if only I had my linear fusion rifle, I could take down this guy fast, but I can't. I can't. Also, the one thing I like about this mini boss is he likes to give all the ads overshield, including champions. That's why it's best to take him down. But it doesn't really matter for this one because you can just take your time dealing with the champions at this spot. No joke or over exaggerating. I'm dead serious. Just make sure you do precision shots so he won't run away and hide behind a wall. So if you look over here, I'm trying my best to do precision shots because if you don't, he's going to hide. You can see here, he's about to hide again. And what I should have done over here is just keep using Wish Ender. Because Wish Ender just does more damage. And it can really help so much. So it can really help so much. So I took down the mini boss, and now we're going to deal with these invisible Fallens and later on the champions. I did saw some heavy, so pretty happy about that. Now we get to deal with the bigger champion. Oh gosh, more ballerina twirls. Just gets better and better. Alright, let's see if I can get those precision shots on PS5. Let's see if I can do it. I think I'm making it work, guys. I'm getting my precision shots. I think I'm gonna make it. I'm on a streak. I'm on a streak, and there we go. I think we did a really good DPS. And we got another champion somewhere. He's hiding. I can sense it. He is somewhere. I have a feeling there is another bigger champion, but I am taking down these acolytes because they can throw fire. And I don't trust them. And just remember, when you do go down, you have to deal with these shriekers, the 2 shriekers. Just to let everyone know, especially if you did not take down the mini boss quickly. But yeah, there's all these Arknights. I mean, you don't have to take them down, but I do recommend it because they sometimes, well, they get aggressive and they throw arc at you. But you don't have to stand here to take them down. You can go down if you want to. For me, I don't trust them, and I'm playing passive for this run. But yeah, isn't this fun? Just be very careful because the Arknights can hide. You can see here, this guy's hiding. He's being a bungee. I'm so confused. My Guardian's so confused. You can also take advantage of the Scout Rifle if it does have explosive payload. I lost my patience there, so I just cannot deal with this Arknight. So I decided to just go down, deal with the Shriekers. But like I said, you don't have to deal with the Arknights. I just don't trust them, alright? You don't have to stand at the top and take your time. I know it would take longer, and I know some players don't like taking longer runs, but you know, it's just a passive way. And yes, I knew it. There's another bigger champion at the bottom. There is invisible Fallens that can mess up your DPS. I'm trying to use my Zipper, and gosh, this is what happens when there is no Void Surge for this week. I know for Scarlet Keep or last week it was Void Surge, but for this one I don't think it's Void Surge at all. Such a bummer and a disappointment. The run could have been much more faster if it did have Void Surge, but even though there's no Void Surge, the linear fusion rifle I'm using is still strong. But yeah, look at all these Arknights, and you're probably thinking, alright, well, since you took down all the champions, can you despawn the ads? No. Unfortunately, no. You still have to clear all the ads. Yes, once again for the 3rd time, which is pretty sad, by the way. You have to clear all the ads to proceed to the next area. And we do have another champion from the backside. Unstoppable champion. And then I'm assuming, I'm trying to remember right now, there is probably another bigger champion. Yes, I know, it's ridiculous. We got so many champions. I feel like it's a copy and paste for this area. Like, I don't know what's going on with the game design, but it's a bit too much champions if you ask me. I think for this Battleground thing, you know, it's not really a strike, honestly. I feel like it has more champions than Scarlet Keep. And people complain about there are too many champions in Scarlet Keep. But not enough players are complaining about Battlegrounds having too many champions. But yeah, wow, look at this. Look at this unstoppable champion fire distance. The reason why I'm not going closer is because there's another champion that I need to take down. He should be around here. I don't know why he's hiding from you guys. I swear to the Bungee and to the Cade and to the Traveler, there should be another bigger champion somewhere. I can sense it. See, I told you guys. I knew it. I knew there was another bigger champion. I can hear the footsteps. The ballerina twirls. Alright, it did it again, did it? Gosh, it just gets better and better this run. Take down the Arc Captain or the Arc Knight before dealing with the bigger champion. The Arc Knight will always try his best to mess up your DPS with the champion. Or you can use your super multitask. So once we clear all the ads, everything, now we could just go to the next area. I know, right? It's so fun. Wow. It just gets better. I mean, isn't this run, this Battlegrounds, fantastic? I mean, isn't it challenging? And gosh, the lasers. Anyway, you gotta be extremely careful with this. Just make your way pass through this room and be careful with the lasers and the grenades from the bottom. Just be cautious and be careful with the barrier teleportation champions that just appear in front of you with no warning, by the way. I really don't like this. I mean, who thought it'd be a good idea to just pass the lasers? And then all of a sudden, out of nowhere, boom, bigger champions appear, both of them. I'm sorry, guys. Can you imagine new players? They're playing their first time, passing the lasers, all stressed out. And then these two bigger champions just pop out of nowhere and then they just send all three of them back to orbit. This is bad layout design. I don't like it. I'm sorry, guys. I have to make a rant about it. This is a definition of copy and paste more champions to make it challenging, even though it's not challenging. Alright? Perfect example. Anyway, back to Solo. I'm really speechless right now, but we did saw two bigger champions that teleported. They just spawn out of nowhere with no warning, and now they're backed away with more champions. So now there's a lot of champions here. I could be mistaken. Let me try to remember and count. 1, 2, 3, 4. There's actually probably 5 barrier champions or 4. And then we got a cute, adorable baby servitor from the back. I mean, look at him. Isn't he just so cute? He's so adorable. So make sure you take down the barrier champions first before dealing with the servitor. Now, if you are feeling confident in a Bungie, you can also multitask of dealing with the barrier champion. You want to deal with the barrier champions first, and then deal with the mini boss shanks. But yeah, wow, look at this. Twirling ballerina twirls from the left side. Do I hear second? I see a second twirling barrier champion. Again, it's like dancing. This is like the dancing room. Honestly, guys, I'm so speechless right now. What is with all these twirling champions for this Grandmaster? I am so confused right now, but make sure you spam your linear heavy or your linear fusion rifle to deal with these bigger champions. Forget about the wizards. For now, they're not important. You want to deal with the bigger champions as fast as you can. If you don't, they're going to push away, they're going to move, and it's just going to be a nightmare. You have to take them down as much as you can. Once you do, then you can take down the baby servitor from the backside that's just looking away left and right. The reason why I turned invisible is I was just looking. You know, I actually lost counted of how many barrier champions. Then I saw there was one barrier champion. And because of that, I couldn't take down the baby servitor champion. I had to take down this last barrier champion before dealing with the other one. But yeah, this is kind of ridiculous. Like, what is going on? It's basically Bungie champions. I'm gonna call this room the Bungie room. Bungie barrier champions and annoying wizards. That's gonna be the title for this room. But yeah, seriously, guys, there's just too many champions in this room. It's kind of ridiculous. I mean, there's one more in the back. And make sure you take him down. And make sure you have enough heavy. Now, I could have used my super. I was saving my super to deal with the wizards. That's the reason why I didn't really use it. But maybe I should have used it earlier. But like I said, guys, I had COVID when I was doing this run. So this run isn't really the most fastest run ever. I would say it's decent. Decent enough. And it's just too many things going on. I mean, look at this barrier champion's hiding really hate when champions do this. And I can't really get closer because the problem is there's two wizards. There's two wizards. I don't want them to see me because the problem is if they see me, then they're going to spam their Archive Blast at me. And it's just so painful. It's just something I don't want to deal with. But yeah, you notice over here that the bigger champion is just teleporting, going left and right. But the thing is you have to fight to take it down and then just spam linear. Here, I wanted to just spam it as much as you can. And then there's times where I don't, even though I do precision shots. Oh gosh, really barrier champion? Are you serious, barrier champion? Baby servitor. It betrayed me, guys. I swear, it betrayed me. How could you do this to me? I was about to take down this baby servitor. It's like, nah, Blitz, not today. And then I just decided to hide behind the wall. How dare you? I just wasted 6 ammo of my, well, 8 linear fusion rifles of my life. You can see here I lost patience. I said I'm done. I'm just going to take down this annoying wizard. But yeah, if you can take down the barrier champion and if he's being a bungee, the baby servitor, well, just use your super for the wizards. And then once you do enough damage, then just try your best to bait the bear champion because wow, it's just gonna be interesting. Now we got all these thralls being aggressive. I was hoping they can drop some heavy. Because I'm low on heavy bricks. Then all these cursed thralls just out of nowhere spawn. But the good news is we got heavy. So now I can actually deal with the baby servitor. And then the wizard saw me. Oh great, this is gonna be fun. So the wizard saw me, unfortunately. And I wanted to see if I can take it down. Another thing I forgot to mention, by the way, is once you take down all the barrier champions, turn invisible and then just walk inside a room, double check stuff, and then pull back so you can get the objective of defeat the wizards or defeat the 3 wizards. From what I remember, I have not tested on GMs, but I have not tested on Grandmaster, but I remember on Legend mode, I was killing the wizards, but then they keep respawning again and again and again. This was on Legend mode. This was a long time ago. So from what I'm thinking, by the way, is you must take down all the champions, then try to just walk to the little room and then pull back so you can get the objective of defeat the 3 wizards. Just for advice. If anyone is curious of why the wizards keep respawning again and again and again. Alright, we defeated 2 wizards. 1 more to go. And unfortunately, this baby servitor is not cooperating with me. Oh gosh, this is probably the most stubborn baby servitor I have ever seen. I mean, I know Devil's Lair. They're pretty annoying. I mean, look at this. Oh my bungee. What a stubborn little bungee baby servitor. I mean, my goodness. What's going on over here? He does not want to be taken down. He wants me to stay in this infinite bungee room. The good news is I used my super. Please don't hide. Please, for the love of the traveler. What is going on? Yeah, this baby servitor doesn't like me. Blitz, you can't get me. You can't get me, Blitz. Why won't you just die, baby servitor? I just want to get this done. Why are you not cooperating with me? You cooperate with big YouTubers, but why not me? What did I do to deserve this? Oh wait, that's right, the Devil's Lair. of me spamming Lemonarch, but that doesn't count. That doesn't count, baby servitor. I decided to collect some heavy because the baby servitor, the baby champion, it made me use and waste a lot of my heavy ammo. I mean, there was just nothing I could do, by the way. We are at the last wizard. And make sure you take them down because they throw fire. Yes, no joke. I'm joking or over-exaggerating. They throw fire at you. And just be aware when you do break the shield of the wizard, he's going to hide and it's going to be extremely painful. For me, by the way, I actually prefer to use my super at the wizard, but the problem is I used it on a baby servitor because he was just not cooperating with me and I lost my patience. Because of that, I had to use my super. Even though I didn't want to use it, I just had no choice. It was just moving around. It wasn't cooperating. But you can see here the wizard just loves to move around. I should have went a little bit more forward towards the wizard. But all these ads were in the way. So that means I had to clear all the ads and then deal with the wizard. It was just something really annoying to do. But I could have gotten this run done more faster if I had my super. But, you know, no one's perfect, so things happen. Wow, this guy does not want to be taken down. You can also throw your suppressing grenade. For this footage, I did forget to use it, but make sure you throw your smoke or your grenades so you can blind it a bit, and then you can do some damage towards this wizard. So that's just another tip. And my gosh, he's just so tanky. My goodness. Finally, we can just go to the next area, but I really don't like this room because you have to clear all the ads. Even though you take down all the champions, it's just a pain. Complete pain in the bungee. Now we're gonna go to the next area. I decided to just emote behind a wall. Just be very careful if you are planning to do this method. I would recommend just to go on top of the pillar, on top of the platform. I just did this method because, well, I just lost my patience. Just be very careful because sometimes the thralls can push you off the wall. It has happened to me before. So just be super careful if you are planning to do this method. I would recommend just go for the other method. So I'm going to do a time skip here, by the way. Since I'm just spamming emote. Once we wait for 2 minutes of our life, no joke, by the way. Now we're going to be dealing more barrier champions. Yeah, it's going to be really fun, right? You can also use your super. Just be very careful and try to use your super as fast as possible before the thralls try to push you. But yeah, there is a barrier champion. Acolytes throwing fire at you. Just spam your super. Spam your linear fusion rifle if you have it. You can also hide under the stairs and then just spam Wish Ender. Just be very careful with the wizard. I was worried about the wizard of his Kai Blast. That's why I was playing extremely passive for this part. So once we take down the wizard, now it'll be easier to deal with the beer champion. And this beer champion is being extremely smart. I mean, look at this. It doesn't want to walk away or back away now because it's by itself. And I'm trying to spam linear fusion rifle at it, but keeps just standing at that spot, which is really hard for Wish Ender to do DPS. I mean, wow, look at this. Isn't this just so frustrating? And during this part, I'm going to do the cheese method. So on my last footage, I actually didn't do the cheese method. But for this one, I'm definitely going to go for the cheese method. I'm going to hug the wall from the right side. And then go on top of these wires. That basically look like the ones from Fullmetal Alchemist Brotherhood. And we're going to just spam DPS. Yes, no joke. I'm going to be using linear as much as I can. I mean, wow, isn't this just fun? Now, the one thing you have to be very careful with the boss is its void tracking attack. So this boss likes to use this void tracking, and it can hurt you. What you can do is you can use your Wish Ender. I'm not sure if the Scarlet Rifle would be better, but you can use your Wish Ender, or if you can, a Scout, to take down these void tracking. This void attack that tracks you. Or if you want to do it the easy way, like me, you can just smoke invisible yourself and then just wait for the tracking to go to a different direction. If you want to go that method. If not, you can take down the void tracking attack if you want to. If not, well, you could just turn invisible on yourself and then just wait for it to go somewhere else. You can see here that the void tracking was about to attack me, but because I want to go for the smart way, and I'm not really rushing for a speed run, I'm just gonna use a smoke on myself if it tries to use that attack. So once again, is using that attack, I just throw smoke, I dodge it. But yeah, isn't this just fun? Just be aware of the acolytes. If you see them, take them down. They can actually throw fire at the wires of where you're standing. You can also go to the opposite side, but for this footage, I just stayed most of the time at the left side. I haven't done any testing on the right side so much, but you can go from the right side wires if you prefer that method. Isn't this just fun? And remember guys, it's infinite ads. So all these ads you see, they're going to spawn again and again, again. I mean, it's just fantastic. Great game design, right? We gotta make sure we do precision shots to the Shrieker. So right now I'm just trying my best to do as much DPS as I can. My gosh, this just gets better and better, right? Now, once we do half damage to the boss, we're going to be dealing with, well, more champions. From what I remember, and I could be mistaken, is there should be a barrier champion around here. If not, I think there is one at the last phase. I could be mistaken, by the way, but we see a barrier champion. So if you see the barrier champion, take him down if you see him, and try to take down all these Arknights. They are extremely dangerous, and the wizards can hurt you as well. So just be careful. If you see them from the right side, take them down. And you don't have to worry about the barrier champion so much. I mean, the most important is survivability. Just take your time. You can play passive as much as you can and just deal all these ads. If you do see heavy, you can just switch to your scout rifle to grab the heavy instead of just going over there. So now we see the Void, well, the Barrier Champion. I see him and I'm trying to see if I can bait him after I take down these acolytes. I saw the Barrier Champion doing the Ballerina twirl from the right side. I use my super because I don't trust this Barrier Champion. I want to take him down as soon as possible. You can see here he's starting to move away, which is not looking good. But we did manage to take him down as soon as possible. Now this is going to be probably the most nightmare part. This is the area where there's going to be infinite amounts of wizards and infinite amount of Arknights. You must take down these Arknights so you can grab the Arc Orb. Now, what I like to do right here, everyone's different. If I do have suppressing grenades, I like to throw it. And then take him down. And then grab the orb. So you only have to do it 5 times. There is also a cheese method where you can do the dunk glitch, but I'm not going to do it in this footage. I could do it, by the way, but I'm not. Okay, I'm going to be a nice person and not do it. But it does save a lot of time, by the way, especially for speedrunning. But these Arc Captains, not Knights, my bad for that. These Arc Fallens are extremely annoying. Just be super cautious with them. I wanted to see if I can do enough damage so I can just use my finisher. That's why I was multitasking. Just see if I can use my finisher and then just dunk 2 orbs in one go. But you can see here, this guy is a pain. Gosh. And then you grab the orb and you only have 20 seconds and just ignore the wizard. There's going to be infinite amount of ads, and every time you dunk an orb, by the way, they're going to spawn more ads. That's basically how it goes. I know it's weird and awkward. Why infinite ads? I mean, that's how it is for this GM. But once we dunk 1 orb, then I'm going to see if I can take down the wizard. I was trying to see where he is because sometimes when I'm trying to take down or do some damage to the Arc Captains, the Fallens, the wizards can sometimes mess up my DPS. Now the Arc Fallen. You can see he's right there shooting solar. And it's Solar Surge, so they could do a lot of damage, but here's an example why I try to take down the wizards. And hopefully I can do enough damage so it can be in the finisher mode. So once it's low health enough for me to use finisher, everything looks good to go. I was just double checking to see if it's safe to spam my invisibility and then just grab the orb. So once I feel it's safe, then I go and use my finisher. I grab the arc charge or orb. I ignore the wizards and ignore the curse thralls. Just be very careful with the curse thralls. They can one-shot you. Then I pull back. I mean, isn't this fun? And just be careful and hug the wall. Hug the wall so you won't fall down. I mean, look at this. I was being a little careless there. And yes, extremely careless. My goodness. The hunter is slipping off the pillar. Another method you can do is you can go for the second method to get on top of the mini cheese spot. You can see a pillar from the back side, from the right side. It's really easy to jump from this mini spot on Warlock and of course Titan. But you could just jump on the platform shaped as a door on top of it, and then you could just go left or right of the wires. You can see there. But anyway, More infinite amount of wizards. Great. This is so fun. I mean, wow. And we get to deal with more acolytes. I mean, it just gets better. I just don't trust them because they throw fire. A lot of fire. I was trying to see if I can throw my suppressing grenade once again so I can have it blind for a while. So I tried. I don't think I was able to blind him. Let's find out together. Yeah, I missed my suppressing grenade, so my bad for that. But you can see a perfect example of what it does when you don't blind it. He will hide. You can see here. He will hide. He will use his solar attack. And he's just going to be extremely not cooperative. It's going to be a nightmare. So I tried to bait and wait for him to move. But this is why I just tried to make sure I throw my suppressing grenades so it could be blind for a bit. Or if I can, and I don't know why my hunter jumped to the other side, my bad for that, I can debuff the fallen captain so it won't move around too much. But yeah, I'm sorry about that. I mean, it's the wires, invisible walls, invisible platforms. It's making my hunter all awkward. But don't worry, this fallen captain eventually will peek out. And then I can finally just use my wish ender. And of course, I lose my patience. I go for plan B. This is plan B. I just go and use my finisher for this fallen dude. Grab the orb. And then dunk it. But yeah, that's plan B if the other fallen is not cooperating. The good news is 2 more to go. 2 more to go, and then we can just do DPS at the last phase. And now, more acolytes. So, from what I remember, during the last phase, there's probably going to be 1 more barrier champion after this phase. I thought there was going to be a barrier champion, well, 2 of them, during this phase, but I was wrong. Because if it was 2 barrier champions, it would have been easier, and then I could just do DPS at the last phase. But I could be mistaken. So now, 2 more orbs to go. So I have to take down 2 of the Arc Fallens. So I was double checking to see if it has finisher, and it does. So I'm going to use it. Ballerina twirl and just grab it. Then we have 1 more to go. Pretty excited, right? And just make sure you don't go too near of the curse thralls because they can hurt you. So right now I'm just being careful here. I'm gonna hug the wall and then just go on top of these wires. Gosh, this is gonna be interesting. Now we got a wizard. Make sure you take down the wizard when you do see it. They can hurt you, they can mess up your DPS with the arc captains, well, arc fallens. They are infinite. I really despise it. They have a timer. Even though you clear all the ads, they have a timer, and then they're gonna spawn again and again and again. Trust me, I have tested the non-cheese method. It's not a fun experience. So now we're gonna be throwing the suppressing grenade to deal with the final arc captain. The reason why I want to take him down than the other one is during the last phase can be a bit, well, things can go bad. During the last phase, you gotta make sure the arc the Arc Fallen Captain doesn't see you when you are at that wire at the last phase. I take him down so I can try to make him not see me at the next phase. Now, if he does see me, he's gonna spam his fire. And for plan B, if he does start to throw fire at me and then I'm not able to take down the wizards and the acolytes in time, I usually go to the opposite direction of the wires. Now, the good news is that the Arc Fallen Captain, right? It did eventually stop seeing me. I think what I did for this footage is I threw my suppressing grenade. But you can see here that this is not looking good. We got the Arc Shrieker. We got the boss that sees me. We got a wizard that sees me. But you can see a perfect example why I don't want him to see me. And like I said, if things are not going so well, you can see over here, you could throw your suppressing grenade. Or if that doesn't work, you gotta go to the opposite direction of the wire. Now, I finally was able to blind that Scorn Fallen. Well, I mean that Arc Fallen Captain. So now I can crouch. I can ignore the Arc Captain. And I could just deal with the wizards without the captain shooting solar at me. So once the Arc Captain doesn't see you, then you're good to go. You can take your time with the bigger champion. But like I said, guys, you will have to go to the opposite direction. If you do miss your suppressing grenade, or if it's not working out, you have to go to the opposite direction. You can also use your super as well. If the if the Fallen Captain is bothering you, I would prefer to use your super at the boss, but if it is a sacrifice you're willing to make, if you do want to hang around at this mini cheese spot instead of the opposite direction, you can. Like during this area, I definitely did use my super right away. And then once I did that, I backed away and then just spam my linear. So we did took down all the barrier champions, so that's the good news. So everything seems to be good to go. Now I just have to take my time dealing with the boss. But yeah, this is going to be interesting. The more DPS you do the Shrieker, the more ads that spawn. It just gets better and better. And I am picking up as much heavy as I can. I was trying to be very cautious. I don't remember at this phase if when you kill the Arc Captains, they don't despawn anymore. I don't remember 100% because each of the Battlegrounds is completely different. There's times where they do infinite spawn, and then there's times for the phase that they don't spawn at all during a specific phase. Yeah, I know, it's confusing, right? Like for this phase, even though you take down the wizards, they're gonna spawn over and over again. And then there's some other Battleground where when you kill the captains, they don't spawn ever again. It's just infinite amount of ads. That's about it. But unfortunately for this phase, for this Battlegrounds, you can see extremely not careful for this footage. There's gonna be infinite amount of ads, especially the wizards, from what I'm seeing right now. And then you just spam linear as much as possible just to get this done. But yeah, be very careful when going for the chase spot. Sometimes your character can slip from the wires. You can also turn invisible. One is trying to use is Void Tracking Attack, which is something they do on Sapphic Song Nightfall. If anyone remembers, during the last phase, they always spam that. And we finally took down the final boss. And we got platinum, so yay. Thank you so much for watching. I'll see you guys next time. Bye. Hello everyone, today I'll be doing a solo Grandmaster Battleground Mars with Hunter. For my subclass, I'll be using Night Stalker. Here are the mods and fragments I'll be using in this video. This is going to be the mini rocket build, mainly focus on using rockets, dealing with the champions, and the mini boss. This week I decided to go for the Hunter run and go for the Platinum rank. I decided to use the exotic helmet, which is probably the most meta for this season, and I will take advantage of it. I will be doing the mini cheese or the easy way dealing with the towers. First things first, do not touch the thralls. So this also works with a fire team, so tell your fire team not to touch any thralls and to follow you. You must go all the way from the back and take down the C. So I did shoot a rocket at B just to make it easier to break the rocks. So I do want to capture C, so I will make sure that I break the rocks. And the reason why I pull back there is sometimes the acolytes can be a bungee and they like to throw fire at you. So I am going to stand here and touch grass and then just think about this Battlegrounds and tell myself, why am I even doing this and why Battlegrounds are in GMs. Try my best to think and progress my mind and maybe touch grass and then come back to the game. I'm going to wait for C to be captured. And then that's when we had to deal with B. Or in other words, I like to call it the bungee. Yes, we're going to be trying to capture bungee since it's called B. So before we capture bungee, right? And once we capture the first tower, there will be a mini boss that will spawn from the far right. Do not touch him. You must deal with the thralls that will be capturing B. We must break the rocks. And the reason I say do not attack the mini boss is because we want to skip 2 champions and just save 5 minutes of our life. So you must break the rocks and then just wait patiently and try to capture B, or in other words, try to capture bungee. So there will be 2 thralls that will stand behind bungee or the B area. So I'm waiting for all these thralls to just pass by. And the reason why I was getting a little bit upset there is because of console aim assist or auto aiming was making my rocket move for some reason. So once we kill the 2 thralls, which for some reason is 85 points, we're going to be waiting for bungee to be captured and wait for 2 thralls to go inside the B plate. So once that happens, you use Wish Ender to take down the acolytes, or I like to call them the fire dudes because they like to spam fire and ruin your runs all the time. So once we capture bungee, we're going to be dealing with C. And then you know what's the best part? When you do kill the Pacific thralls, no barrier or unstoppable champion will spawn. You will only have to deal with the mini boss. And then of course dealing with the A plate or capturing the A area. So once we capture bungee tower, we're going to go all the way from the back side and deal with the mini boss. Now I can't think of nicknames to call A, so I'm just going to call it the A tower. So I'm gonna go all the way from the back. And we're going to spend some time dealing with the mini boss. This will take some time, so forgive me that I am not using my rockets. The reason why I'm not using my rockets is because I want to deal with the Arc Knights, and it will be just much faster to deal with that than to waste my heavy dealing with this mini boss. So I am going to do a mini time skip here because I don't want to waste 2 minutes of your life. Once I deal with the mini boss, since it took almost 2 minutes of my life, now we could finally be able to capture A. But before we capture A, I usually just take down the Arc Knights because they're the ones that just give me a headache when trying to deal with the shiny mini boss, which will activate the Shrieker, give everyone overshields, and it's just a mess. And not only that, you won't be able to use your super, you won't be able to use your smoke for the hunter. It is a big pain in the bungee. And yes, I am using the term bungee because I do not want to swear, and I am on a streak of not swearing in any of my videos. So I will be a little risky here, and the reason why is because I was just losing my patience dealing with Battlegrounds. I would advise to just back away of where I'm standing and then just deal with the Arc Knights. Now for me, I'm playing a bit aggressive because I just want them to get eliminated. Not only that, I'm taking advantage of the void crystals because I get devour and I get my health back. So you don't really have to do this method if you do feel uncomfortable, or if it is causing you to get one shot sometimes at the Arc Knights. You can also pull back and then just deal with the ads, because at this part there is no infinite waves of ads until later on, which we will talk about later. I do have Devour activated with my Hunter, so I decided to clear the ads, and then now I'm just looking for heavy. I don't want to use the heavy box. I want to use that for the ghost encounter, but if you are in a rush and you have no patience, I would just pick up the heavy brick box. But for me, I was somehow and surprised I had some patience. So I was just looking for heavy and then just going to deal with the mini boss that will try his best to activate the Shrieker and just make life a bungee. I am going to be waiting for my super, so I am going to do a mini time skip here. I do recommend you use your super when dealing with the mini boss. Once I do have my super, I'm going to break the last rocks and then deal with the mini boss. I like to call him the shiny mini boss. So right now, I'm going to break the rocks. Once again, my mistake there. And I'm going to be using my super and using my suppressing grenades. You can also use that to slow it down. And always remember to use your rocket as much as you can. You can also use aggressive frame rocket. I don't really have a good one at the moment. That's why I'm using this rocket as a backup in case I don't have the right perks from the void rocket. And the reason why I use the void rocket is because of the void surge. I get 25% buff. And because it has clown cartridge, it really works so good on dealing with the champions with DPS fast damage, which is what you want for this GM. So once we did take down the mini boss, as you can see, the Shrieker will not open, so you don't have to worry about the Shrieker at all, but you do need to definitely deal with the unstoppable champions. Now, the first objective is to deal with the unstoppable champions. So if you are with your fire team, you can lure the fire team at this section, or you can go from the opposite direction with using the Well of Radiance or the Well Super for your Warlock, or if you prefer the Strand build, you can definitely use that. Or if you do have a hunter, they can use the power of invisibility and invis your friends or your clanmates or your LFG blueberries, anything you want. But I do recommend dealing with unstoppable champions at this part. I wouldn't bother myself dealing with the Arc-Knights, but be aware of the Acolyte from the left side. The left side, as you can see here, yes, I said that. Sometimes they like to throw fire at you, and that's why I turn off the music so I can hear my surroundings better. And I will give nicknames, so acolytes, fire dudes, they like to throw fire, and they do the sneak attack. And they can sometimes one-shot you if you just stand too long. So I do recommend dealing with the unstoppable champions, and then just be aware of your surroundings from the right side, well, left side. And if you're using a scout, which I do recommend, you can just spam of getting heavy bricks, spam of getting orbs. So right now I'm trying to do some damage with the Arc-Knights and then try to get some rocket bricks. So there is going to be an infinite of acolytes, but for some reason, for this area, I do not remember 4 months ago of the old version of Mars. You can get rid of the Arc-Knights and they don't respawn after that. But the Acolytes and the Thralls will infinitely respawn over and over again. So your first objective will have to deal with the Arc-Knights. You can stand right here, and this is also the perfect spot when you do want to clear all these ads at the beginning before capturing A. Because I know on the beginning I was being a bit too aggressive, and that's just me being impatient. Nobody's perfect. And once you deal with all the Arc-Knights, just take advantage of the Devour. Or if you want Warlock with Devour, you can do that, or Strand Warlock. And for the fire team, if you are Well Warlock, you could just pop a Well of Radiance with your fire team, and then you could just stand here because I noticed that it is just acolytes and thralls. You can also spam your finisher since we are using the fragment to make the ads to have volatile rounds. That is one thing I really love about this build, and I do recommend you use suppressing grenades. People have forgotten that suppressing grenades also can overload champions and can also overload enemies, and it can really help a lot. Not only that, it can also blind enemies as well, such as mini bosses, mini Arc-Knights. I do recommend if you are not using weakened grenades. If you are using a weakened grenade build, then vortex grenades will be good to go. But if you are not using that and you're using the build just like mine, I do recommend using suppressing grenades. Now this part's going to be probably the most trickiest and the most painful I have ever seen in any game, any first-person shooter I have ever seen, where you have to break somewhat these orbs, and then we gotta protect the ghost for some reason because it gets all shy and emotional and clingy that it wants your guardian to be close to it. I'm not even over exaggerating, but that's basically what you have to do. You have to defend the ghosts, and then when you have champions that will spawn and the mini shiny bosses, you have to make sure you take them down. And then you have to watch the ghosts because it gets emotional and clingy. So first things first, you must deal with the champion. 2 of them, 1 barrier, 1 unstoppable. during this part, I didn't use my rocket. And the reason why I didn't use it is because I want to deal with the champions that will spawn during the mini waves. I would say 3 waves when defending the ghosts. So I want to save my rockets, and I want to save rockets on the box from the left side. That is actually the emergency. Like if I ran out of heavy bricks, I don't have any more, I'm all out, I need it, I can just turn invisible and then grab the heavy bricks. For me, it is the emergency heavy bricks, but if you don't care about that, which I'm pretty sure 90% would not care at all, then you could just spam your rockets and then pick up the heavy bricks. But for me, I like to be super cautious and try always having the plan B, not the plan Bungie, maybe, not really sure. You know, I don't really trust it too much, but always have plan B just in case you need heavy. Because rockets or using rockets is going to be your best friend for life for this GM to make it work and to deal with the champions fast and efficient. Now, this is when things get a little tricky. So I do recommend just do a couple of shots with Wish Ender. And then once you see the Arc-Knights, which is what you have to be most wary about, and the Acolytes, do a little bit of damage and then just spam invisibility. So this is when things get tricky, and I do recommend just to pull back when it's close to exactly 25%. When it is 25%, you must pull back and try your best to deal with the champions and try to flinch them or bait them. So for here, I pull back because I saw champion has appeared, and this is when sometimes the bigger champion can actually be a bit close to the exit door, and this is when you need to use your super. Now sometimes this method doesn't 100% work. If it doesn't 100% work, then what you need to do is try your best to deal with the unstoppable champion if you do see it on a good spot, and use Wish Ender. Now if you don't see the unstoppable champion, which is over here, this perfect example, then you must turn invisible, stagger the unstoppable champion, and then just use your super. Or you can just use 2 rockets and then pull back, your rinse repeat. This is when there's going to be infinite amount of ads, and this is something that I thought maybe Bungie would fix and stop infinity of painfulness, and something really ridiculous that just doesn't make sense in a strike, or this is not really a strike, so my bad for that. Even though it is a strike, but it's not. So I'm gonna be staggering the unstoppable champion and then using 2 rockets and pull back. The reason why I do that is because there are these cursed thralls, too much things going on, which my hunter has no high recovery, and I don't want to stay there too long. So once I use 2 rockets, and yes, I know the rocket is not that strong, but for me, it did help me out dealing with the champions, and especially dealing with the Arc-Knights at the final boss. So I did wait for my super, and I am going to pull back and go back to deal with the champion. So I was just making sure my surroundings, because I want to make sure I do as much rockets as I can, and then use my finisher to deal with it. Unfortunately, the unstoppable champion didn't have finisher on, so I decided to wait patiently and then see if I want to deal with the unstoppable champion and then just thrush through. So right now I'm gonna go on top of this edge, just look at my surroundings, see everything's okay, use my rocket, use the smoke, and then use my finisher. So at this part, since we deal with both the champions, I decided to pull back because I want to bait the knights. See, these Arc-Knights are infinite until the last phase-ish. Yeah, I know it's complicated. So I want to bait these Arknights to come downstairs because I want to have an easier time dealing with capturing the ghosts or defending the ghosts, my bad, and then dealing with the mini boss and then the champions. So once I bait them and they're staying at the bottom, at least one of them or two of them, then I'm gonna go back, defend the ghosts, and then since it's clingy, very clingy ghost, it wants you to stay as close as possible because it can't do it by itself for some reason. We're going to be turning invisible and then just wait until 50%. Or if I'm mistaken, it could be a little bit more. We want to make sure we spawn the champions and then we have to pull back. Because these champions and the mini boss, they will stop your ghosts from opening the door. So once we see champions has appeared and the mini boss, we're going to pull back and try to bait them, flinch them. Because one thing I really want to do is try to stagger them and then use my rocket. So I can at least do some damage. So that's basically what I'm doing here. So always make sure when you see champion has appeared, pull back as fast as you can. I know Hunter is slow and I know Titans and Warlocks is extremely way more faster when trying to go to a different area, trying to move away. But hey, we gotta deal with the Hunter. Alright. So once I did some damage, I decided to go up and then just see what's going on. And I was debating what to do here. So because the champion was still alive, I used my tether on the champion and then the mini boss. Now you have to be extremely careful here. It didn't look safe, so I decided to pull back. I pulled back because acolytes were shooting at me, and then the Arknights were shooting solar, which they do so much damage since it is solar threat. Now what I need to do over here is bait the Arknights and then bait the Thralls. Mainly the Arknights. I don't really take down the Arknights because they are infinite. So I'm trying to control the ad or the ad control and try to bait these knights to go downstairs and then try my best to do some damage of the health. Just in case something happens or they're too close to me, I can use my finisher. In case they try to one-shot me, at least I'll have a chance to use finisher so they won't send me back to orbit. So once I bait the knights and the acolytes, now I can stagger the unstoppable champion, use 2 of my rockets, or 1 rocket, my bad for that. And then I can use my finisher, and then use my finisher at the mini boss. And then now I can go and hack the ghosts, or try to defend the ghosts. So there were too many cursed thralls, so I did pull back. It was way too much and too risky. And this is me trying to get heavy bricks, but it's not working for some reason. Even with explosive payload, for some reason on that spot, it wasn't letting me grab the heavy. Now you could say I could just grab the heavy, but I don't trust those traps. So I decided to just not touch it at all. So now I'm going to be defending the ghosts, and this is going to be the 3rd phase coming up where things can be a little tricky. One thing I noticed about the last phase is that if you take down one of the mini bosses, the Arknights stop becoming infinite. I could be mistaken. I haven't done enough testing, and I don't think I want to bother myself going back to do more testing since Battlegrounds just seem completely not worth of my time. I'm going to be defending the ghosts, and once it hits around 75%, I'm going to be pulling back and then try to see if I can bait the mini boss, bait the champion if I can. You can also take down the bigger champions for far distance, but it's just too risky and it's just too much luck. The problem of taking down the bigger champion from this spot is acolytes will push, arcanites will push, and you can see here for example, and it's just too risky and I really don't recommend it too much unless you're strong, very strong super and strong heavy, but at the same time it's just not worth it. So for me, I'm going to deal with the mini boss, well, the ogre, since it is standing still and it is getting debuffed from the artifact mod that we are using, and I completely forgot what is the name, so please forgive me. I still have long COVID and my memory is a bit blurry at the moment of remembering all the names. If you're wondering what I'm doing here is I on purpose shoot a rocket so I can get 2 rockets when I reload. I want to make sure I had 2 rockets, especially dealing with the champion or the mini boss. And this is when things can be a little tough. So right now I am just trying to bait them to go down. And you can see there is an Arcanite, which I want to take down. Well, not take down, but try to do some damage, not too much. In case something weird happens and I can use my finisher. So very soon I will use my invisibility and then just deal with the mini boss. So we got a barrier champion and we got a mini boss. Great. Nothing could go wrong, right? So because this Arc Knight or this mini boss knight was being extremely aggressive, I had no choice but to use my super at the Arc Knight, and I think it's best to deal with the knight mini boss over the bigger champion. And the reason why I say that is because sometimes the Arc Knight can go aggressive and it can one-shot you. It has one-shot me many times. There are times which it didn't happen to me, but it happened to people who I know where it didn't one-shot them. But unfortunately, it one-shots me and I just don't want to risk that. I don't want to risk that. So for me, not worth it. So there are 2 methods over here. So because we took down the mini boss, or at least one of the bosses, now the infinite knights are gone. So from what I see is the arc knights don't seem to spawn infinitely for some reason. I could be mistaken, but during this part I decided to just farm the thralls, the cursed thralls, and most definitely just wait for my super. So you can actually farm the infinite amount of ads. And then once you have your super, you can use it for the barrier champion. So I'm going to do a mini time skip here. I'm just trying my best to get my super. So I was actually taking my time clearing the ads. And if you guys notice, there's not a lot of ads during this phase when you kill one of the mini bosses. So here I notice infinite arc knights seem to be gone. So now I'm going to be dealing with the barrier champion and then use my super. And then once I take down the barrier champion, then arc knights will spawn again. And then this is when you have to capture, well, defend the ghost. Scan the ghost and then just defend it. So right now I was just scouting, seeing what's going on, see if there's any Arcanites that spawn, and I was just looking left and right, and everything seems to be safe. So I just decided to scan the ghost since it is extremely clingy, and then just wait until it goes to 100%. You have to be extremely careful with the Arcanites since they are extremely dangerous with their solar attack. Now I could have used my finisher, but it was too risky because of these curse thralls were just walking all over the place. But if you notice during this phase, not a lot of ads. Extremely short, the infinite has stopped. So that's one little tiny change they did for this Mars version. I still prefer dealing with a giant worm or strange terrain, or in other words, Will of a Thousands over Battlegrounds. So I am going to go through the lasers, so I do apologize if I was rushing here. This is me being extremely impatient. I usually double jump on that part. It works for me, it also works for my Warlock, it works for my Titan, everyone's different. I never really do the one jump. I always do double jump and then try to gain a little momentum. So for this part, I did spam the invisibility to avoid the lasers, just to rush through. There is these acolytes that will try to throw fire at you, but since we are in the invisibility subclass, there's really no need to even be worried about them. You can just go ahead and then just spam invisibility left and right, and then just rush through. So there is lasers from the right side, but because we're invisible, it cannot really see you. Yeah, isn't this fun? I love Battlegrounds. It's such an amazing idea, right? Joke aside, I still hate Battlegrounds, even though they nerfed it a little bit. I still hate it. I'm probably the only solo player in this community that hates Battlegrounds. For GMs and pretty much everything for Battlegrounds. So there's going to be 2 barrier champions that will spawn. I like to take down the Arcanites because for some reason they seem to be more powerful than the barrier champion at this spot. I don't know why. It's weird. It's awkward. I mean, there's really no room. Can't really breathe too much at this part. You can see the arc blast did so much damage. Ridiculous. I only have 1 arc resilience, but you can see why I decided to spam my rockets to deal with the gold arc knights. Their arc blast can shoot from far distance and it's extremely ridiculous. It isn't even arc surge and then they're doing so much damage. It just doesn't make sense. I don't get it. Why? Why, Bungie? I don't understand why these arc knights are doing more damage than the champion. It's extremely ridiculous. So once you push forward, you can pull back and then deal with the 2 barrier champions. So the 2 barrier champions will spawn left and right. It is advisely, or I do advise, to take them down as quickly as possible. If not, they're going to be doing ballerina twirls, huddle up, clingy, and they're going to show off their dance moves, and they're going to protect each other, and it's a pain in the Bungie. You don't want to deal with it. It's too much work. So make sure you use your heavy, use your rocket. You'll get heavy back since you are using Wish Ender. So I wouldn't really bother yourself saving rockets. Just use it if you have it. And that's basically what I did in this part. So now there's going to be these acolytes, these thralls. So make sure you use your bow. I'm not really sure why I used my scout. I think I was just trying to mix up a bit. Just to show you that the scout is good for getting orbs and heavy. But it's not that great dealing with thralls because Wish Ender can one-shot, but the legendary scout rifle cannot do that. Which is why I do recommend to use Wish Ender. I mean, why not use Wish Ender? Battlegrounds is just such a drag and extremely boring and painful. The most safest to get things done faster is just using Wish Ender. So I am going to be pulling back. You can also go on top of the platform and then just wait for the reinforcements. For me, I'm going to do the easy way or the lazy way or the bungee way, and I'm just going to stand here, maybe do some emojis here and there. You don't have to do this. I don't really recommend you do this because sometimes the acolytes can throw fire at you. I would just pull back a little bit and then just wait. So I am going to do a mini time skip here. Now we're back. I'm just extremely confused right now. My guardian is confused and frustrated. She's not happy about this season. I don't blame her. I mean, look at her. She's just shaking her head, having headaches just like I do when I do GMs, Battlegrounds. She's just waiting for reinforcements to save us. And now I'm just going to touch grass for a while. Oh, I do see glimmer from the right side. I don't know why I didn't pick it up. I mean, it looked really pretty there. So shiny. So now I'm going to be dealing with more champions. Wizard. I do recommend to try your best to take down the wizard, because the wizard is the one that's going to mess up your DPS. Now I could have used a rocket. I wasn't sure why I didn't use it. I think for this video, for this run, I was just being a little bit overcautious, because since I'm at the stairs and then the solar attack could do half of my health, and then the arc blast does so much damage for the wizard, it was just too much work, too risky to deal with it. So I just decided to just Wish Ender away, hide, Wish Ender, hide, Wish Ender, hide. It did work pretty well dealing with the barrier champion. I mean, he's not doing the ballerina twirls, so I was happy about that. So I decided to just use my super to the unstoppable champion. Now I could use my super now, but the problem is it's not going to damage the unstoppable champion, and it's just a waste of time. Plus you're gonna get your super back when you start the boss fight, so you might as well make it useful, in my opinion. So just take down all the ads and then just use your super at the champion, since the unstoppable champion for some reason has more health. Well, it has a lot of health. Like, even though I used my super, I still couldn't 100% take him down compared to a barrier champion. So it was just a lot of work, not worth it. So just use your super on unstoppable champion. Now this is gonna be the best part. So before I start the boss fight, I'm just testing the mini cheese spot. So this was my first attempt of dealing with the final boss. The reason why I did that test is just because I don't want any mistakes when I start the boss fight. I always like to double check, especially on my first attempts at the boss fight. I like to check the room, check the area, and then do DPS. And then deal with the final boss. So I am going to bait the final boss, the Dark Blade. Woo. There is another cheese spot from the opposite direction, but it's not really that safe for me. Everyone is different, so for me, it's not really safe. I don't like it. So now I'm going to be doing DPS, dealing with the final boss. And then the best part is we got to deal with 2 more champions at the boss fight. Yeah, that's going to be extremely painful. So I will do a mini time skip of doing DPS at the boss. And now we're going to be at the next phase. This is the phase when there's gonna be 2 champions. Now, just to let everyone know, I do recommend you take down stuff with a champion. And if you don't care about platinum, you just want a solo completion, then just skip the barrier champion and then just focus on the orbs. This is just optional for players who just want a completion. And yes, my hunter is stressed out. I don't blame her. I mean, this is a ridiculous Battlegrounds GM. Yeah, and it's worse than the moon. Isn't that funny? And Europa is still a pain without the cheese. So now I'm going to be turning invisible. And I'm going to be dealing with the Arc Knights. So I will take down the champions. I'm just multitasking. The reason why I'm multitasking is the Unstoppable Champion was not in a good spot. And I was trying to figure out if it can move a little bit more to the edge so I can deal with it from far distance. It didn't look like it was going to work out, so I had to think of a plan B. Now, if I was using the glaive, oh my goodness, with Unstoppable, oh my Bungie, I would have taken down the Unstoppable Champion right away, already done. But can't do that since I'm using the Scout, unfortunately. Glaive would be so much easier to deal with the Arc Knights and then to deal with the champions if it was Unstoppable Glaive. I mean, that's just my opinion, by the way, but just letting everyone know it would have been easier. But oh well, every season is different. So now I'm just trying to bait, still multitasking. And I was trying to see where the champion is. It looks like he's too close to the barrier. Doesn't look good. Extremely awkward. But as I said before, if you don't care about platinum, then forget about what I'm doing and just focus on the arc orbs. But I do recommend to try to take down the Unstoppable Champion at least, because sometimes it'll just stomp you. I don't trust it to even get close to it. So yeah, I'm just scouting, looking, trying to figure out to deal with the champions. You know, I could have got this run done already, 48 minutes, but nope. Can't do that because, well, I have to deal with the champions for platinum rank. That was the problem for this run. And I had to be extremely patient, try to see if the Unstoppable Champion can walk a little bit more, and it was just extremely frustrating. And then the wizards, so be aware of the wizards, they can hit hard with the arc blast. So now I'm just trying to find another spot to deal with the Unstoppable Champion. It is just extremely awkward. So I was standing here trying to see if I can deal with this champion, but it was just going around circles at the probably the worst area ever. And then later on I did realize if I go to the stairs and then I can use my super. So basically I did this method and it worked out pretty great. So I did pull back to recover and to scout and spam my emoji. And yes, I did put the confused emoji because that's basically how I feel through this entire season. I am extremely confused and disappointed. And that's how my guardian feels as well. So the mini boss is at front. You can also use a smoke. You can throw a smoke at yourself and then just resume. I was just trying to figure out if I was able to use finisher at the Unstoppable Champion. That's basically what I'm trying to do here. And I was just being extremely cautious, dealing with my surroundings. And then now I'm going to see if I can use finisher. And it looked like it had the icon. Once I dealt with that, then I was thinking of just gathering 4 orbs and then deal with the bigger champion. So during this part, I'm going to just get the arc orbs. Since I need to wait for my super again to deal with the bigger champion, now this is the best time to grab the arc orbs. And this is probably the most easiest. If you're using a rocket and suppressing grenades, then this is probably going to be the easiest for you. As I said before, if you don't want platinum, you just want a solo run completion, then forget about the bigger champion. Pretend it's not there. Alright, just pretend and then just complete it. Just grab the orbs and then just get it done. I only did this just to make a point and tell you guys I still hate Battlegrounds. And I could have a good excuse because no one can comment say, well, Blitz, you never got platinum, that's why you don't like it. No, I got platinum. I can say my rights and say this is probably the worst idea ever, and I still hate Battlegrounds. Even though they nerfed it a bit. Don't care. Extremely painful and boring. Now I'm gonna be crying. My poor guardian. Maybe I should put that in my thumbnail next time. Like I should put like my crying poor guardian in a stress moment. Because that's basically how I feel. So now I'm going to be looking left and right. I need to grab 3 more arc energy orbs and then deal with the bigger champion. And yes, my guardian is extremely stressed out. If the Arknight's full health, the best way, in my opinion, everyone's different, is you can actually throw your grenade and then you can use a rocket. It just helps so much. It's so useful. I mean, you overload the Arknight and it's blind. Extremely useful. Then you can use your finisher, grab the orb, and then just make your way to dunk the orb. I do recommend to use your smoke because you'll still hold the orb. You won't let go. So once I do that, I pull back and then just wait for my invisibility. Now on my old footage, I did use 6 Coyote. I decided to switch to the exotic helmet just to make it more faster to run and make it more easier since I want to focus more on invisibility. 6 Coyote is good, but it just takes a bit of skill with the invisibility. You have to rely on finishers, and I just could not bother myself dealing with that. And I already did it with 6 Coyote 4 months ago or 5 months ago. And when you are using 6 Coyote, the invisibility is not long enough. And I just don't think it's worth it for this Battlegrounds at all. But maybe I would use 6 Coyote if I was able to use a glaive. That I could use it. Because you can get bomber faster, you can get your grenade faster, you can dodge if you need to reload your glaive. Just works very beautiful when using 6 Coyote. Because this is probably the most meta and I want to make life easier, I decided to use the exotic helmet to grab a top. Now I'm going to be turning invisible. I was just waiting for my invisibility. And I saw the boss a little bit too close to the Arknight. So I decided to just bait the boss because he was way too close. See, the problem is if I use my finisher, he's going to one-shot me. So he is extremely dangerous. And I don't want to risk it, especially spending 50 minutes of my life. I mean, can you imagine he one-shots you and then you'd start all over again and you were at 50 minutes or an hour or 2 hours? Yeah, I don't want to make that mistake. It has happened to me a long time ago on my test runs after I completed it. I'm just trying to remember if I did it on my second go on Mars the first time or not. I could not remember at the moment. So I'm going to be grabbing one more orb and then I'm going to be dealing with the barrier champion. Which is going to be, it's going to be extremely painful. I just not sure if I could say anything positive about it. So a choice I could do is I could deal with the Arcanine in front of me. I don't think I did that because I didn't want the boss to get close to the mini cheese spot because I saw the boss from the right side. So I decided maybe it's just way better to deal with the Arcanine from the opposite direction. And it just works for me. Everyone's different. So I throw a suppressing grenade, by the way. And then 2 rockets, finisher, done. It's just so easy. So easy to deal with these Arcanites when you have a rocket. In my opinion, everyone's different. I prefer that over a linear any day. Especially on console. It's just too much auto-aiming, console aim assist, and all those goody stuff that we despise. Now to deal with the barrier champion. Oh gosh, this is gonna be fun. So bad things happen here when I was dealing with the barrier champion, and yes, that is my poor guardian stressed out. You have to bait the barrier champion to be near the edge, close to the stairs, to do DPS. So it just takes a lot of patience to deal with the barrier champion. And then another problem is you have to be aware of your surroundings when dealing with the boss, because sometimes the boss can sneakily just one-shot you. So the only thing I can think of is maybe I should have been a little bit more far away to deal with the barrier champion, but I was just not patient enough to deal with it. And this was actually just going to be my first attempt to deal with the barrier. So if it doesn't work out, I'm just going to get the completion and not care less about platinum. That was my plan B, by the way, because it looks like it is required to use my super. Unless I was on Warlock with Healing Drift, then a big no. I don't really need my super to deal with the bigger champion, but for this I do. So now I'm going to be dealing with the champion, but like I said, I should have been a little bit more far away. You can see here, I try to use my super. I turned invisible because I was on red health because the Arcanites were shooting at me. Then once that happens, I use my Wish Ender to break the shield, and then just use my finisher. This was extremely risky to do. What I should have done is just clear a couple of ads during the last phase. Well, not the last phase, but the second phase. And then deal with the barrier champion. But I didn't have the patience to do it. And I just could not bother myself with this GM. So now I'm going to be turning invisible and then just get the last orb. Once I do get the last orb, then we're going to be doing DPS at the final boss. So I was just double checking, seeing what's going on, and then I use my finisher. I throw a snowball at it. For some reason it works well. And then I'm going to be using the smoke again. and then just pull back. So one thing I do advise is once you dunk the final orb, you need to bait the boss. On this footage, I didn't do that. I was just waiting and waiting and not doing that. So that was one mistake that I did in this footage. So later I did realize that I do need to go down and bait the boss. So I'm gonna do a many time skip here. Once I realized I need to bait the boss, so I decided to go down, bait the boss, and then come back to the mini cheese spot. So once that happens, then you can do DPS at the boss. The reason why I threw my suppressing grenade on the right side is because I don't want a wizard to shoot arc at me. Sometimes a wizard can float to the mini cheese spot. Sometimes. Anyway, I'm going to be doing DPS at the final boss, and then we can finally get the platinum rank. So I'm going to be spamming my Wish Ender. I don't really use a rocket, but for this footage, unfortunately, I forgot to use my super. But hey, we did take down the final boss. And because I hate this GM so much and hate Battlegrounds so much, I actually had my guardian take a selfie. You know, it wanted to touch grass around the corpse of the boss. Yes, I know it's mean, but hey, I don't like Battlegrounds. And it was just rolling around, and then I touched grass. Thank you so much for watching. I'll see you guys next time. Bye.